Good day. Now we start the third International Scientific Conference, Actual Problems of the Theory and History of Regional Architecture. This conference is the development of the project of the Pacific National University, which started in 2020 with the support of a grant from the Russian Foundation for Basic Research. The event is aimed at the development inter-university and international relations and testing results of scientific research between leading non-Russian and foreign scientists. This year, our conference program includes two sections. The first one is In Search of Regional Identity, Architectural Heritage and Modern Urban Planning. And the second section, Regional Architecture and Architectural Education, Problems of Study. We have 24 presentations and 26 speakers from 11 universities and other organizations from Russia, China, Philippines, Italy, and Hungary. So that's why I kindly ask you have just 10 minutes for your presentation. You can see the conference chat and find the last conference program. If you find some mistakes, please contact me. I will bring the changes into the program. So I see the most of participants is here, and we can start our first section. Just a second. Okay, in the first section is Search of Regional Identity, Architectural Heritage and Contemporary Urban Planning. We have 12 reports. So you can see the conference program on the screen. So let's start the first report from Pacific National University. I will introduce it. Can you see my screen? Okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. The theme of the first report is creative activity of the military engineer Nikolai Konovalov in the Far East. The study was supported by a grant from the Russian Science Foundation, architects and engineers of eastern outskirts of Russian Empire. Nikolai Konovalov is quite familiar in the Far East, of course, in the Russian part of the Far East. He is military engineer. He is originally from the nobility of Poltava province. He educated in Konstantinovsky School and Nikolaev Engineering Academy. After academy, he was appointed to the engineering department of Caucasian Military District, then to the Terekt Engineering Distance, and from 1885 to the Karst Fortress Engineering Department. Then he was transferred to the engineering unit of the Amoy Military District and accepted into the staff of Vladivostok Engineering Distance. Then during 5 years, he served as city architect of Vladivostok. During this period, he was appointed as staff officer in the district engineering department of the Amoy Military District, promoted to the lieutenant colonel. Then he was proposed for the position of assistant chief builder of the fortifications of Vladivostok Fortress. And then in September 1898, he was transferred to the management of the head of the engineering department of the Kvantua region. So the period of Russian stay on the Liaodong Peninsula covers a short period of time from 1898 to 1904. During the construction of the Chinese Eastern Railway, the Russian government aimed to get access to ice-free Pacific ports of the Kwantung Peninsula. In this regard, the Chinese city of Port Osa, which had fairly modern fortifications and garrison, was a particular interest. The Russian state archives of the Navy preserved the projects made by engineer Konovalov during his period of work on the construction of the port Osa. So you can see few of it on the slides. The first one is a project of civilian branch of the military headquarters for Kwantung region and apartment of the department's head. Or, for example, project of guardhouse and grocery store, and projects of school and house of commander of Kwantung artillery. So you can see that these are one-store brick buildings on the strip foundations with a wall structural system and wooden roof truss. The elements and techniques familiar to architecture of the Eastern Russian frontier were used in facade decoration. So the last project, it's stable, a barn and glacier of the officer's wing. So it's quite simple and utilitarian object. Well, the Russian influence on the territory of the Liaodong Peninsula was short-lived. The defeat of the Russian-Chinese War and loss to the port Osa and Dalny did not allow the Russian state to fully use town planning potential of these territories. Unfortunately, at that moment, it has not yet been established whether the project presented in the report have been implemented. Nevertheless, these documents give an idea of the professional activities of military engineers who were in service of military department and were involved in the development of project documentation. Konovalov's project for Port Osa are united by the desire for functionality and simplicity of planning and facade compositions, partly determined by the utilitarian purposes of number of designed objects, and at the same time reflecting the general trends in the development of the architecture of the eastern frontier of Russian Empire in the late of 19th, early 20th century. After mentioned events, Konovalov returned to Vladivostok, where he continued to work as engineer at the military department and participated in the design and construction of several notable buildings. So the first, it's his own house. So you can see L-shaped and plain brick building of variable height, constructed in the form of eclecticism with predominance of motifs of garrison architecture. So it's quite simple. The most memorable, it's the railway station in Vladivostok. In 1908, Konovalov was the contractor for the reconstruction of the railway station and also participated in the development of a project drawn up by civil engineer Vladimir Planson, a famous Vladivostok architect. The next and the last building is Spiritual Consistory. In the Russian State Historical Archive in St. Petersburg, there are several variants of the project of Spiritual Consistory. Konovalov was engaged in the adaptation and implementation of the project drawn up by famous Japanese architect in Handel, who worked in Vladivostok in that period. So the building of Spiritual Consistory, rectangular in plan, a three-story building with small side protrusions placed on the high cliff. The complex plasticity of its equivalent facades is sustained in the motifs of the Russian style. Initially, the building had a high hipped roof in the central part and keeled roofs over the risalits, which were subsequently lost in Soviet period. So you can see the modern building and old photo with different types of the roofs. For conclusion, I should say that professional activity of Konovalov in the Far East as whole is a typical example of military engineers' work in the eastern outskirts of Russian Empire, distinguished by the versatility of breadth of task performed, the specifics of educational training of the Nikolaev Academy of Engineering, allowed its graduates to work not only in the construction of military infrastructure, but also civil architecture, carry out projects and manage the progress of construction work and occupy leadership positions in local government. So thank you for your attention. My report is over. So if you have some question, I can ask. So, okay, we have no questions, so it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker from Pacific National University, our PhD student, Ksenia Zakharova, with the report under the title Architectural Heritage of Cheskidov during the leadership of his personal workshop style. Ksenia, please.
Mikhail, please give me a screen. So, okay.
Is it okay?
Mm-hmm. All is okay? Everything is okay? Yes?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, we can start.
So, the name of my report is Architectural Heritage of Alexander Sergeyevich Skidov during the leadership of his personal workshop style, 1993 to 2000. The report, The report reflects the results of the research conducted within the framework of writing the dissertation, architectural, social, and pedagogical activity of the Russian architect Cheskidov, scientific supervisor, and collaborator Kradin. The purpose of the work is to study the creative heritage of architect Cheskidov during the leadership of the personal workshop style and focus on the 5 architectural works of this period. The topic is disclosed on the basis of archival documents of the Khabarovsk branch of the Union of Architects of Russia and Pacific National University, as well as numerous works by Kradin. So many project proposals are published for the first time. Alexander Sergeyevich, Alexander Sergeyevich was born on March 5th, 1937 in the Vitenskam region in a teacher's family. In 1962, he graduated from Moscow Architectural Institute with the qualification of architect. From 1962 to 1966, he worked as a teacher in the Department of Architecture at the Khabarovsk Polytechnic Institute. Here you can see the photo. On the left side, Alexander Sergeyevich, together with his parents, sister, and nephew, early 50s. On the right side, the general photo of teachers of the Khabarovsk Polytechnic Institute in 1963. Alexander Sergeyevich is here. Next, in 1966, he joined the Institute Khabarovsk Grazdan Project. In 1970, he was appointed a senior architect. During this period, a large number of projects were developed, as example, the House of Unions in Khabarovsk and the building of the Institute Khabarovsk Grazdan Project. This building you can see on this picture. In 1993, at his own request, he resigned from the post of senior architect of the Institute Khabarovsk Grazdan Project and became the head of his own architectural workshop style at this institute. Cheskidov in his works of this period strive to search for a unique appearance of buildings, urban planning match with existing buildings, search for his own understanding of architecture from the creativity characteristic of architect Cheskidov completed by Prokudin. On this picture, you can see the business card of Alexander Sergeyevich Cheskidov and his photo on this period. I will focus on several projects in this period. The first is the employment center in Khabarovsk. The design of this facility was developed in 1993. According to archival data, this project proposal is one of the first attempts of Cheskidov to work in his unique architectural style. The building is located in Sharonova Street in Khabarovsk. It's possible to note the change appearance of the building relative to the project proposal, namely the coloristic solution and the completed canopy of the entrance group. The second work is the administrative and business building of the company Asia. The design was developed in 1993, a similar style to the employment center, namely the vertical and horizontal division of facade, colors, and their use, appointed the shapes growing the main axis. The project was not realized. The third work is a 75-apartment residential building on Lenina Zaparina Street in Khabarovsk. The design proposal was developed in 1995. Using the example of this residential building, one can trace a style similar to the proposals of previous years. It can also be noted the development of style scaling to a large architectural volume. The first stage of the residential building was not commissioned in 2001. For a number of reasons, the project was not fully completed. The fourth work is the Hub Energo engineering building on Frunze Street in Khabarovsk. It was built on the foundation of an office with a leisure center. The project proposal has a more classic look than the main facade is symmetrical with respect to the main axis. However, Cheskidov used his favorite stylistic technique here, namely the roof of facade, horizontal and vertical divisions, as well as the pointed shapes on the main axis. Nowadays, it can be noted what the color scheme of this building has changed. However, it's still perceived as an integral volume and organically fits into the surrounding architectural landscape. The fifth work is an office with living space for employees and billiard room on Frunze Street in Khabarovsk. Based on the example of this design proposal, one can see an attempt of Cheskidov to adapt his style preferences in architecture in a classical way. First of all, this is justified by the close proximity to the building in the historical style and the need to fit a new volume into this context. It's possible to note differences between the design proposal and the realization of the building. However, it did not affect for aesthetics of the structure. In July 2000, an accident ended the architect's life. Along with his colleagues and friends, Alexander Grigorievich Gorkovenko. In May 2001, as a sign of perpetuation of memory, a memorial plaque was installed on the building on the Khabarovsk Grazdan Project Institute. You can see this plaque here. For conclusion, in this report, an attempt was made to comprehensively consider the creative biography of architect Cheskidov, focusing on the period of his leadership of the architectural workshop style at the Institute Khabarovsk Grazdan Project. A review of the author's 5 work allowed us to trace the information Cheskidov's personal architectural style in the period from 1993 to 2000. And to identify the artistic methods, what he used to achieve it. Special gratitude to my scientific supervisor, Nikolai Petrovich Kradin and Vladimir Alexandrovich Vasilyev, the head of Khabarovsk Organization of the Union of Architects of Russia. Thank you for your attention. My presentation is off. If you have a question, you can ask me.
Okay, I see we have no questions. Well, thank you, Ksenia.
Thank you, Mikhail.
So let's go ahead. So the next speaker is PhD student at St. Petersburg State University of Architecture and Civil Engineering with the topic under the title Modern Ways of Riverfront Development in Nabережные Челны, Background and Opportunities. Ekaterina, please, you can start.
Good day, dear listeners. Let me open my presentation. Is everything okay?
Yes, okay.
Thanks. Today, my topic of presentation is modern directions of development of riverine territories of Nabережные Челны, their background and opportunities. Набережные Челны is one of the largest cities of the Kama Basin, which has its own special specifics of the urban planning structure. The linear city stretches along the riverfront for almost 23 kilometers. And the coastal areas of the main channel of the Kama are also impressive. The city has a riverfront with a length of 18 kilometers. And the elongated shape of the city imposes its limitations on it, which with proper handling can be transformed into the advantages. The length of the city creates an excellent opportunity for comfortable access to coastal areas from any residential area. Thanks to the competent zoning established by the Soviet General Plan during the active construction of the city, most of the industrial areas are located at the distance from the river. The road network is being built taking into account direct exits from quarters towards the embankment. But unfortunately, the city has practically no community centers and points of attraction and lacks large green areas. The hot summer climate increases the interest of residents in recreational areas in close proximity to the water. And all these data are serious prerequisites for the disclosure of the recreational potential of the embankment in the city and its transformation into a new center of attraction. Well, the purpose of this speech is to adjust the goals and objectives set in the existing development strategy of Набережные Челны from the point of view of an urban planner. To realize the potential of the riverine territories, it is necessary to develop a competent strategy. The existing document of the social-economic strategy of the development of the city of Набережные Челны, which was approved in 2016, pays only partial attention in the issue of transforming the riverine territories along the Kama riverbed. The text does not fully analyze the existing problems of coastal territories, does not present a specific action program to solve them. The goal set in the document is to comprehensively ensure the environment safety of the urban environment, which I think is too broad, and further in the document, it is not disclosed in the tasks of the environmental safety of the river and its ecosystem. And that is why I want to analyze the problems of the coastal territories in the Kama riverbed within the boundaries of Набережные Челны, as well as to develop additions to the current documentation. The development strategy is a very important ideological document. It should honestly analyze the problems of the urban environment and put them up for public discussions. Unfortunately, the current socio-economic development strategy is consisted only of a couple of words regarding the embankment and some words about flagship projects like water facade and Kama embankments, but they only were represented with graphic materials that is shown on the screen. And these materials are difficult to interpret and can be used in practice due to their long content. Although Kama is a large river with strong ecology, there are a lot of problems in city area. Describing the existing problems of the riverine territories of the industrial monotown of Набережные Челны, we can divide them into two types, ecological and anthropogenic. The two types of these problems are closely related, and the solution of some can serve as an improvement in the situation of others. Environmental problems include stagnation of waters caused by obsolescence and partial destruction of coastal protection system, and pollution of the water because of the imperfection of the urban storm drain system. Anthropogenic problems are consisted of moral and physical obsolescence of existing improvements, monotony of the recreational environment and lack of diversity on functional content, lack of track dominance and logical conclusions of embankment routes, which can break off on vacant lots or residential areas and private territories, poor transport accessibility and lack of organized parking spaces, irrational functional use of waterfront areas suitable for swimming, the need for improvement of park areas and activation of their interaction with existing sports and education facilities. In accordance with the established problems of the riverine territories, it is important to correctly set a general goal and specific tasks. Based on the tasks, a specific program for the development of the environment can be formed, which the city plans to adhere for the several decades. It is very important to formulate them flexibly enough to maintain their relevance for a fairly long period of time, because the socio-economic strategy also usually develops for like 15 to 20 years, and it is a very long period of time where everything can change rapidly. In any case, it is necessary to include a special section in the development strategy of Набережные Челны, which is dedicated specifically to the transformation of coastal areas. The main goal in the city strategy in relation to coastal areas should be the need for competent urban planning organization of the territory to solve its social and environmental problems. The objectives may be reconstruction of the coastal protection system to improve the permeability of water flows, implementation of programs for the improvement of territories adjacent to the water, organization of rational functional zoning of the embankment and realization of its recreational and commercial potential, strengthening the connection of the urban and park environment with the riverbank. The above described problems, combined with the set goal and objectives, should be reflected in the development strategy in terms of modernizing urban spaces and strengthening its ecological framework. These will serve as a basis for setting specific goals and objectives, as well as developing a program to achieve them. Based on the problems described earlier, a list of means to improve the quality of the city's coastal environment is proposed. First of all, it is necessary to think over the solution of environmental problems of the floodplain of the river, the organization of storm drainage of the city in the treatment facilities, and the exclusion of the ingress of chemically polluted waters into the riverbed. It is also necessary to update the structures of coastal protection, their restoration and revision, depending on the nature of the flow of the river. Next, it is proposed to arrange beach areas in the places suitable for swimming with the calm flow of the river, where artificial sand will not be washed away like it is now. It is possible to create alternative beaches where instead of sand, lawn will be used, which is more suitable for the calmer river embankment and also pleasant for vacationers. In places of fast flow, the option of arranging walking paths and eco-trail sports ground near water are allowed. After, like shown on the screens. After using the main recreational potential of the river, it is necessary to organize zones for commercial purposes and services for visitors of the embankment. It is possible to use the upper terrace of the bank adjacent to the main cycling route along the river in the immediate vicinity of the city beaches and walking areas. This will make it convenient to organize the loading of cafes and shops along the equipped path and will also ensure the maximum flow of people through them. In parallel with this, it is necessary to modernize the existing yacht clubs as well as to provide for the construction of a new river passenger port in the zone of transport accessibility of territories under consideration. A new river port in the territories under consideration is proposed for implementation as part of a program to strengthen the agglomeration connection of 3 cities of Nabережные Челны, Yelabuga, and Nizhnekamsk. I think it's impossible to overestimate the importance of such a document as a city development strategy. It sets the main vectors of all programs of the transformation of the urban environment, on which all other urban planning documents will be based in the future. On the example of one of the important components of the fabric of the city of Набережные Челны, its riverine territories of the Kama, the main mistakes that regional authorities can make while forming a development strategy were considered. And the existing document of 2016 does not fully analyze the problems of territory, doesn't set the goal and objectives, and they are set as vaguely as possible. As a result, at the moment, no special programs for its development for city coastal area have been developed for the embankment. Since 2022, and only nowadays there is a local site of the backwater according to the project of Kazan Bureau Heads Group was approved to renovation, as shown on the screen. During this time, due to the lack of an alternative of recreation places, people were injured and unfortunately some of them even died on low quality embankments. And there is still hope that with the new project of the city will begin the improvement of Kama embankment. And therefore it is important to avoid vague formulations in the strategy, to honestly talk about all existing problems and draw the right conclusions based on their analysis, draw up scenarios for achieving specific goals and objectives, provide mechanism for reliable assessment of the results of transformation. Well, this is the end of my presentation. Thanks for the attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Katerina. So, dear colleagues, don't be shy. Is some questions? Okay, we have no question again. Okay. The next speaker from Zhejiang University, a PhD student, Huan Zhan, with the topic A Case Study of British and Japanese Heritage Landscape Using and Novel Collaborative Deep Learning Framework for Real-Time Landscape Assessment. So you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. You can start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Xuan Zhang. I'm a PhD student from Zhejiang University. And today I want to share the topic, a case study of the British and Japanese heritage landscape using a novel deep learning framework for real-time landscape assessment. And the background is during the COVID-19 pandemic, almost all countries imposed strict regulations, which had a negative effect on mental health and leading to such as the depression and anxiety. So we all know that a high quality urban green space is quite important in improving the urban environment, and an increasing number of research findings have pointed to UGS as a source for promoting public health. It is commonly believed that contact with nature may enhance positive emotions, restore attention, improve cognitive ability, and reduce stress and anxiety. However, few studies have explored the emotional evaluation of human-viewed urban green space in a dynamic process. So it is crucial to develop a framework for real-time landscape assessment in order to better understand how the public emotionally respond to urban green space, and to create planning and design strategies that will optimize their benefits to quality of life. So the topic of this study were explored in these three parts. First, we want to test the feasibility of this novel research methodology. And we want to know the public real-time emotional perceptions towards the changing visual variables. And we also proposed 3 prediction models to show the different sets of finer visual variables. About the site selection, we select the British heritage landscape as primary stimulation, and also we want to maintain the emotional levels and avoid emotional decline while watching the primary stimulation. So we also choose the Japanese heritage landscape to as the simulation. And the data we gain from the GSV data, the first part is to download images from the Google Map, and the second step, we want to use these images to transform into the video clips. The final transformed video clips are the most important experimental materials in this study. And this figure shows the GSV images selected in this experiment. And the part A is the British heritage landscape. It is the primary stimulation. And the part B and part C are a set of to maintain the emotional level. And also we show how to set the panoramic video clips. We download the images from the Google Map, and then we create the video clips using the specific images. And also we use the deep learning method in this research. Deep learning combined with high performance computing have become an effective approach to extract information. Accordingly, this study employs deep learning approach to collect and extract data. First, we use the deep learning model to classification, because it is the most labor-intensive part in this study. So we'll use this model to automate this process. And through this model, the changing visual variables of urban green space are accurately and efficiently extracted. Also, we use another deep learning model. It is the facial expression recognition model. We use it to measure the emotions continuously in real time. This program reads in a video record with participants' face and then classifies it using the deep learning model and writes out the raw data of the emotional data. And the researchers use two main categories to describe emotions: the basic and the dimensional approaches. The basic approach, we can see from this figure, it has the 7 basic emotions, and the two main dimensions are valence and arousal. Valence is a measure of the pleasantness, and arousal refers to the level of activations. And in this study, we use the valence and arousal to refer the emotional data. And in the experimental procedure, we collected the complete data sets from 42 participants. Each participant viewed the simulation in different random order, and their facial expressions are recorded. And we compared the cognitive results and their emotional data with the segmentation data to show the differences and the relationship between the emotional and the visual variables. We track more than 5 million real-time emotional expression data of 42 participants from this study, and we also collected their preference ratings in the procedure. And the results show that the variation in V and A, which is the valence and arousal, increased after separating the indicators into more precise variables, which is the effect of the deep learning model. And we also use the maximum average or the minimum results of participants' emotional data to find the relationship between the measure of perception and their self-reported data. And we found that the maximum result of participants' emotional data could primarily reveal the public emotional judgment. And we can find that the moment-to-moment measurements were taken into each frame for emotional perception data, allowing variations between participants, and we can find the short-lived emotional changes to be reliably assessed. And the framework is applicable to any experimental design, so it can be used in future studies. And this study indicated that the novel framework is well suited for obtaining continuous emotional evaluation of urban green space, and the finding could inform public and inform the policy making and the design process, and allow urban planners to gain a comprehensive understanding of public sentiment towards urban green space, and create urban green space that promote emotional health and well-being. That's all. Thank you. If you have any question.
Okay, dear colleagues, do you have question to the speaker? Okay, we have no question. And I introduce next speaker, Assistant Professor of Architecture and Urbanistic Department, Pacific National University, Dmitry Tsilulka. with the topic typology of private gardens on basis of the arrangement of internal space by architectural and landscape compositional centers on the example of Gusu historical district of Suzhou. Dmitry, welcome.
One moment. Okay. Hello. So let's start. The history of garden in China is very varied, each site changing its structure and planning future, with every manifestation of architecture being now coming out of context and culture and art. So years ago, the presentation architecture topology of a private garden and Suzhou city Gusu districts of the Qing dynasty was the main result of the study is identified 3 planning types of private garden in the Gusu area, Suzhou city. There are actual, combination, and scenic layout. So you can see it on the slide. The actual study identified the 3 main types of indoor spaces inside the garden. It's a dry garden, a garden of water and stone, a garden of hills and pavilion. Now we can say that each of those types correspond to any planning structure, axial, combined, and scenic. There is some gradation between gardens according to the size of the plot, which can echo to graduation to the planning structure. So the first is the dry garden. This garden is the most common small garden space in every type of private garden. It is found everywhere in both large and small complexes. It is a small space filled with vegetables, stone arrangement, and paving. It has this name because there are not reserved on the site expansion in the well for collection water in some variants. The main feature of the dry garden is the lack of the body of water. The basis of a composition is a stone and vegetation. 3 subtypes of space were identified. First, the Teihu garden, the transit, and interactive garden. So on the slide, you can see a Teihu garden. The name comes from the main elements of the space, the Teihu stones. One large element of group of stones formed into a composition based on the visual perception from different points is supplemented by the small trees and shrubs, the area around which is lined with the tents and rubble in the form of waves. You can also find paving with the rocks and river pebbles. 2 main groups can be distinguished among Teihu garden, which differ primarily in perspection. This affects the internal composition, the choice of element, their arrangement, object with the static and with the dynamic perspection. So you can see it on slide 2. The static perspection implies the possibility of seeing the garden from the point or one side. The dynamic perspection is a ability to see garden from the 2 or more sides, in which case the composition of stones or vegetation will be located close to the center and have a stepped structure in which the highest element will be dominated. So next slide is the transit garden. The second type of the dry garden is characterized by presented of internal transit and the possibility of functional use the internal space. In this case, the space of a garden was similar to the classical Sehe line. It can be divided into 2, 4, or more parts by internal path or ground. Each of these parts can be represented by long, small shrubs or stone composition. Interactive garden. space with stones or vegetation is identical to the transit garden, but the inner area is much larger. The space, besides communicated between the blocks of the complexes, has a social function. It is used to social gatherings, performances, celebration, and ritual. Inside the paved stone, two types of area, stone tables and chairs would be placed. So the garden of water and stalls. As the name suggests, the main elements of the space of this garden are water and stones. Plot size range from 50 to 500 square meters. The interior space is built on the same levels with the interior element at the same height. The water body in this case is a horizontal dominate feature, as from many vantage points it extended over the entire plot. Stone sides, stone culture included stone pillars as the water dominant feature, most often located in the center of the garden. One of the most important aspects of the location of this object is scenic composition of the more significant courtyard, perches, or terrains in the garden. So the design of the garden used the same technique as the Taihu garden. There is the static and dynamic principle of composition. So the garden of hills and pavilion. The garden of hills and pavilion has a more complex structure than main feature, being the elaboration of the sense and the roles of the visitors, so that the space seems larger than it is. This effect is an achievement by limit the view architecture, vegetables, and landscape varied. Among these objects of garden can be distinguished into groups different in structure and arrangement. So the first group is a garden with one central composition volume. You can see it on the slide. This group represented by landscape complexes with one large spaces around which other building and structure are composed. In the central volume dominate the main elements, culture and spiritual environment of the general idea of the project. And the second type is a garden with several requirement spaces. The combination of several directly connected complexes which may be separated by architectural or landscape elements, while maintaining the visual connection. In this case, the standing opening in the walls, the height and roofing of the gallery, or the arrangement of plants and stones are designed to make most of the visual accent of the adjective garden spaces. So the conclusion. The result of the study is an identification of three types of the garden space: dry garden, the garden of water and stones, a garden of hills and pavilions. They were popular throughout the Ming and Qing dynasties and are present in all historical buildings. The only change that and weight over time was a reduction in size toward the end of the Qing dynasty. So different were some of the decorative elements of the building. The interior stylistic variation was similar throughout the study period. Another important difference over the course of the two dynasties was a change of the general theme of the garden. In the early Ming dynasty, the most common types were the Taihu garden. In the center was a tile of composition of stones, of which number was always symbolic, 3, 5, or 9, and was a prototype of real mountains on the ambient of poetry. Toward the end of the Ming Dynasty, the beginning of the Qing Dynasty, a body of water is added to composition, and gardens of water and stones and gardens of hill and pavilions became popular. Many older sites are built to fit the popular concept. During this period, the water body becomes the main elements, and the concept of the space takes the shape of the balls. The center of space is the pond, which the lowest point of the garden. At the edge of the point, there rise hills and pavilion. By the end of the Qing Dynasty, the garden was smaller, but still contained the all functional of the hill and garden and pavilions. Transit and interactive garden were gaining in popularity, while stone and water garden and statue garden are much less common. All volumes are becoming more interactive. So thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Dmitry. Is some questions?
Hi, yeah, I have a question. I think it's very interesting.
Okay,
yeah. But I just don't know how many gardens have you been to? Like, there are a lot of analysis based on the forms or the geometry of different gardens. But if you just walk into the garden, you just mentioned their dynamic experience within the gardens. I think there's a lot of other ways to analyze those kind of perception or feeling of people in the garden. Have you ever used that kind of techniques?
So thank you for question, Professor Han. The research, including the 41 object, this garden was built by the Qing and Ming Dynasty, and they exist now, and all this object located in a Gusu district, Suzhou city. And what about the type of analysis? Yes, this garden is very complete by the structure, and I think this type of searching some composition, same instrument gave this result. But this garden can be researched in another way. So there is many view on this object. So my way is I presented this research.
Yeah, and because I've read part of your analysis is based on the space syntax, but you didn't present it here, so probably you're going to show something else. But I just found this is interesting because you compare the different forms in Ming Dynasty and Qing Dynasty. But since there are just too many gardens, and even in gardens being built in Ming Dynasty, there are a lot of features like what you analyzed here for Qing Dynasty. So there are big courtyards for gardens in Ming Dynasty as well. And of course, there are some very big stones for the gardens in Qing Dynasty. So this kind of a comparison might not be very precise or cannot be generalized, like for this page. Yeah, that's what I part of my feeling. And also, since Chinese gardens, there are so many different elements. So if you use some quantitative techniques to present those the influence of different elements would be more precise to show the complexity of gardens, of Chinese gardens. Okay, that's just kind of some comments.
So, thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, is some more questions? Okay, thank you, Dmitry. Thank you, Professor Han. We can go ahead. The next speaker from Pacific National University, PhD in Architecture, Associate Professor, Acting Head of Architectural and Urbanism Department, Anton Kim, with topic Periodization of the Development of Banking Institutions in Northeast China. Anton, please.
One moment. Hello everyone, my name is Anton Kim. The theme of my report is periodization of the development of banking institution in Northeast China, late 19th, first half of the 20th century. The reported study was founded by RFBR. Four main stages can be distinguished in the development of banking institution in Manchuria. The first stage, 1898 and 1813, is characterized by the beginning of the formation of the financial system of the region or the appearance of the first banking institutions. Their futures were focused on servicing legal entities and a strict distinction between servicing local and foreign populations. Thus, prerequisites for the future division into local and foreign banks, as well as for the concentration of large banks in key cities of the region were formed. From the building of this period, Russian and Japanese banks can be distinguished, which laid the foundation for the typology and stylistic of banking institutions broadcast on the Chinese Eastern and South Manchuria railways. The first Russian banks were located in existing Chinese buildings or in utilitarian structures. However, since the mid-1900s, the active construction of specially built institutions began. An eclectic approach was noted in their style. It combined elements of the Italian neo-Renaissance, neoclassicism, modern, and Russian style. Japanese buildings are characterized by the use of Tatsuna style. This style was a synthesis of elements of the Northern Neo-Renaissance and Neo-Baroque with a characteristic color combination of red brick and light decor in the form of belt course, heavily spaced on the plane of the facade. The spatial composition of buildings of this period is characterized by central axial symmetry and complex spatial composition. Different interpretation of Renaissance architecture are the basis for stylistic solutions, which correlates with the world trends of the 19th century. In addition, the design of foreign banks in the metropolis was characteristic of this period. The second stage dates back to 1913 and 1924 and is associated with the changes in Chinese society that occurred during the Xinhai Revolution. They were expressed in the emergence and active development of a large number of banking institutions, which were concentrated in Chinese districts or satellite cities. They were mainly represented by small organizations located in revenue houses. That they did not significantly affect the development of the image of banking architecture, but contributed to the formation of Chinese financial quarters. The style of such structures reflected the future of the local eclectic perception of European architecture, the so-called Chinese Baroque. At the same time, the consistent economic development of the region led to the emergence of branches of large foreign and Chinese banks, which began to be located in specially built facilities. Major Chinese banks have largely followed the trend of Japanese banking architecture. And during this period, large Russian banks were practically not built. At the same time, the development of Japanese banking architecture took place within the framework of simplifying the spatial composition and gradually moving away from neo-Baroque form to neoclassical. Considering other foreign banks, it should be noted that at least buildings were used for English and American institutions at this stage, most of which have been lost to date. By the end of the period, building was a pronounced corporate style began to be built. The third period, 1924-1932, is associated with the decline of Russia's role in the region and the beginning of the economic crisis in Manchuria in the middle of the 20th century. This period is characterized by the absorption and merging of small banking institutions, as well as formation of the image of banking architecture. It was based on the Japanese interpretation of classicism, which appeared in the works of Yoshitoki Nishimura and worked out in banking construction in the metropolis and colonies of Japan. In the architecture of Japanese and Chinese banks, the use of central axial symmetry is fixed, and the use of an order system in the form of a colonnade flanked by avant corps begins almost everywhere. Also, Chinese banks made in classic motifs are characterized by a greater use of decorative elements, a high degree of their elaboration compared to Japanese institutions, where the decor was simplified. Baroque motifs are almost completely disappeared, and neo-Renaissance elements remain only in a number of provincial banks, where they are combined with various variations of the order system. European banks are characterized by the construction of branches in the largest cities, while their design was carried out by design organizations located in the metropolis of Shanghai and Hong Kong. These objects were characterized by central axial symmetry and the use of neoclassical and neo-Renaissance motifs. The order was used almost everywhere in the design of portraits. In general, the banks of this period are characterized by a building area increase. In addition to terraced houses, they began to occupy a corner of the block, in which the composition axis and the entrance portal shifted by a corner, and the buildings themselves became composition accent of the street ensemble, and in some cases closed it. The fourth stage, 1942, is associated with a radical change in the financial system of the region, which occurred as a result of the formation of the pro-Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo. As a result of numerous restrictions of financial activities, most foreign and Chinese banks have almost completely ceased their activities. The consequence of this was the almost complete cessation of the construction of Chinese and foreign banking institutions. The economic crisis led to the fact that some of the surviving Japanese and European banks began to build branches in the form of the office buildings, in which most of the premises were rented out. The exception was Yokohama Special Bank, which continued to develop within the framework of the development model laid down at the previous stages. However, the volumetric and compositional principles of building the bank architecture of the region laid down at the previous stage were fixed in this period. It was based on the banking architecture of Japan, and the most significant building that determined the future image of the country's banks was the head office of the Central Bank of Manchukuo in Changchun, designed by Yoshitoki Nishimura. In parallel, the construction of branches in many cities in Manchukuo began. The neoclassical tradition continued to be based on when the entrance portal was decorated with a colonnade or pilasters flanked by risalits and was united by a common massive attic. A similar approach was applied to the construction of new branches of other state-owned banks of Manchukuo. At the same time, during this period, the influence of modernism began to manifest itself, namely Japanese interpretation in the 1930s. Basically, it manifested itself in the simplification of the decor while preserving the traditional three dimensions composition. And that by 1942, a pronounced typology of banking institution had developed in the region, echoing the banking institution of Japan and to a lesser extent China. There has been a transition to new stylistic solution within the framework of the international style. However, the subsequent war and the change of the political regime did not allow the development of the existing typology of banking institution. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Anton. Dear friends, maybe someone have questions? Okay, we have no questions. So the next speaker from Pacific National University 2. Well, the next speaker, Tatiana Smoleninova, Assistant Professor of Pacific National University, with the report periodization of the architecture of the consular buildings in Manchuria at the end of 19th, beginning of the 20th century. Tatiana, please.
Hello. Yes. Hello, my name is Tatiana Smoleninova. The aim of my report, periodization of the architecture of consular building in Manchuria in the late 19th, early 20th century. The territory of Northeast China was actively developed by European powers, mainly by Great Britain, French, Germany, as well as Japan in the sea. The expansive of sphere of foreign influence led to the formation of consular distribution. The large European settlements become their centers. The priority areas for the opening of consular offices were cities and settlements along the railway as well as port cities. Consular offices began to open in the cities of Changchun, Zilin, Harbin, Zhejiang, Heilongjiang, Shenyang, and others. The appearance of the first organization performing consular function, the opening of consular office in rented building or premises, is typical of the first stage, 1898-1906. Two types of consulates are present here. Consulates of cellular building are represented by the first type. One building is the second type. These facilities were purely suited to the need of the organization. The selected objects did not meet the needs of the consular service, were difficult to adapt, and were of a more temporary nature. Two kinds of objects are revealed here. Objects of utilitarian purpose, warehouse, and technical building, which did not have architectural specialness, belong to the first type. More rented representative objects from places of worship are the second type. The architectural style had expressive, recognizable features, and the objects in this case were located in significant places in the city of family city roads of their residence. The need of the construction of consular facilities was in connection with this. Active during of consular facilities for the work and the resident of the consular corps is begin at the second site. These are the years 1906, 1915. The use of rental object was still characteristic of 1906, 1911. It is noted that the high need for the creation of facilities with a complete infrastructure appeared during the period of opening of consular office. They had autonomous territory directly for consular needs. They are primarily represented by the building of the Russian, Japanese building, American consulate service. This need arose due to the poorly developed infrastructure of the cities in Manchuria, medicine, and other local premises of life. Therefore, the construction of consular complex is typical for the period of the late 19th century and in the late entity 1912. Consular office could be presented as a separate entity with a separate territory. Depending on the type of the size of cities, at the same time, the functional position of the objects was reduced. This is typical of the period of the end of 1915. This is due to the position of the consulate in the urban area, the site of the city, the status of the consular office, and the number of representatives. Such facilities have been built in the cities of Changchun, Tallinn, and Seoul. Discrete in the activity of opening rental consular office and the lack of a construction of new facilities is observed in 1915-1920. This is due to the growing economic crisis and the First World War. The increase in the foreign population during the period 1920-1931 and the emergence of the new states after the First World War led to the massive emergence of new consulates. Most of them were rented premises or buildings. The lack of the need to autonomous territory with a high functional composition is typical even for large consular institution, and a consular building with a clerical function, some in first place. These objects are used for office purposes. Rental function is absorbed in them. Two consulate facilities stand out from the crowd. They belong to the UK and are located in Harbin and Dalian. An attempt by British architects to adapt the usual layout of the consular complexes to the need to permanent consular office in one building while maintain a residential function was undertaken here. These buildings are a tribute to 1914-1930. This type of planning was never developed. It is noted that the rental of representative mention of a consular need is typical from 1960 to 1931 for some cities such as Harbin and Dalian. They could combine both clerical and residential function. The first type was to use this frequently. Period 1931-1945, the coming to power of the pro-Japanese puppet government of Manchukuo led to a gradual reduction in consular offices and the cessation of the purposeful construction. The latest facilities built for consular need during this period are presented on the following slides. These are Manchukuo consular building complex built in 1932 in Zilin and Chinchun. These are the building of the consulate of French and the USSR in Shenyang and the building of the USA consulate in Dalian. These are list buildings: Consulate General of Japan in Harbin, the building of the Czech Consulate in Harbin. The formation of Manchukuo led to the construction of the large number of facilities, including the consular building in Japan. Minimalism with the use of the main styles of European metropolises and construction technologies. The analysis revealed three types of consular facilities. Various time frames of use depending on the economic, political, and social factors of the development of Manchuria and the world as a whole are characteristic of them. The development of existing settlements in China on the basis of which colonial architecture was formed reflects the peculiarities of the architectural style of various settlements of the capitalistic powers. The influence of metropolitan style can be traced in administrative building, consular building, building of trade mission, and residential of mansions and later apartment buildings. The end. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Tatiana. Is some questions?
Can I ask
Yeah,
a
Professor.
question? Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the interesting presentation. This one and the previous one by Anton Kim, and this one is about the architecture of consular buildings, and the previous one is about the banks in Northeast China, because I'm quite familiar with that region. I noticed that there are a lot of pictures in your presentation from the Chinese internet. and some other pictures not cited. So do you have some pictures from the Russian data sources? Like there are many pictures in your presentation, and some are from the internet. I noticed that, yeah, the Chinese internet. And I think maybe there are some pictures from the Russian libraries or some other sources.
In Russian archive?
Yeah, the sources of the pictures.
Some pictures from Russian archive.
So yeah, I'm just wondering if since I noticed that there's a lot of pictures are from the Chinese internet, right? You cited there are some links, and I saw the like Soho or some other Chinese website. But what about the other pictures?
Russian archive, from Russian archive and internet. This historical document.
So there are some other some pictures from the Russian libraries or website.
Yes, Russian libraries.
Oh, so have is there any picture that you have you took by yourself, like you photographed by yourself to the Northeast China? Have you been there and take some pictures?
Yes.
Oh.
In Harbin, my photo.
Okay, I think it would be interesting to show both the historical pictures and the current photographs, like by yourself, would be more interesting. But of course, you said that there are some pictures taken by yourself. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Han. Is some more question? Okay, we can go ahead. And I represent the next speaker, Fantine Chi from Zhejiang University, a graduate student with the topic research on commercial space development mode of multifunctional commercial buildings in their surrounding street in China. Fantine, please.
Hello. I show the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Dear teachers and students, good morning. I'm Fangting Chi, a master student from Zhejiang University. It's my great honor to have the opportunity to participate in academic conference. The topic of my presentation is research on commercial space development mode of multifunctional commercial buildings and the surrounding streets in China. A case study of Hangzhou West Yichang business area. The content is mainly divided into the 4 sections. The first 3 stages of the emergency and development of commercial complex buildings. The second, classification and ratio of commercial complex buildings. The third, an empirical study on the development mode of commercial complex building and the surrounding streets, a case study of Hangzhou West Yichang business area. And last, conclusion and discussion. The first department store opened in Paris 1852 started the first industrial revolution. Single retail is shifting to multi-format. Department stores have become iconic buildings in the center of big cities. Then, the development of urban urbanization and urbanization promoted the second retail revolution. Supermarket and warehouse stores have appeared in the suburbs. Consumers' culture spread from the city's center to the surrounding areas. After that, shopping malls built for the automobile society are beginning to rise. The third retail revolution has begun. The massive shopping center appeared. A large number of retail activities are transferred to the suburban. The multi-center urban structure begins to form. According to the Industrial Classification and Code of National Economy and combined with the characteristic of the research object, in the study, commercial firms are divided into 4 categories according to the functional nature: retail and shopping, catering, leisure and entertainment, and lifestyle. A large number of scholars have studied the ratio of business forms of commercial complex. For example, Wang Xuejun, 2002, Liu Zhen, 2007, and Chen Jiawei, 2014. In general, there is a basic consensus on the ratio of the 4 major business types in the commercial complex. The 4 business types of retail, catering, leisure, and entertainment and lifestyle are arranged into the ratio of 5:2:1, and such adjustments are made according to their location, characteristics, and development position. The paper takes Hangzhou Waste in Time business area as an example, carried on an empirical study on development mode of commercial complex building and the surrounding streets. Hangzhou Waste in Time commercial complex was completed in 2013 and put into use. Located in Gongshu district in the west of Guangzhou, the total construction area of complex is about 396,422 square meters, including 7 units. The figure on the left shows the scope of the study. Then the following figure shows the specific business structure and proportion in the commercial complex. And then the following figures shows the specific business structure and proportion of the surrounding streets. According to the comparison of the business structure and the distribution of shop in time and its surrounding streets, there are obvious differences and certain regularity between them. Generally speaking, the business form of retail, catering, leisure, and entertainment and lifestyle in the complex are about 5:2:1, while the surrounding ones are about 1:1:1:2. From the micro perspective, this paper selects the major commercial complex Hangzhou Waste in Time business area, and makes an empirical study on the relationship between its commercial forms and its surrounding streets. In terms of proportion of business form, the basic store in the commercial complex are composed about 5:2:1, according to the ratio of retail, catering, leisure, and entertainment, and lifestyle, while the ratio in the surrounding areas is about 1:1:1:2. In the distribution characteristic, the commercial complex is well organized and the division of labor is clear. The distribution of the shop in the surrounding streets is relatively chaotic, but there is also a small area of the suspense gathering phenomenon. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your report. Is some questions?
Maybe I will.
Anyone who wants to talk?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Fantine. We can move to the next speaker. Maria Adamova, Chief Accountant of Agricultural Production Cooperative of Fishing Collective Farm Восход and Master Student of Pacific National University, with the topic under the title Object Spatial Environment of APC FC Восход, Range of Problems. Okay. I will start presentation and then Maria, you can start to talk.
Thank you.
In just a moment. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah.
So, okay, can you hear me, colleagues?
Yes.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, let me introduce the research with the title Object Spatial Environment Fishing Collective Farm Восход, Range of Problems. Improving the production environment is a direction of architectural and design that doesn't lose its relevance now. Improving the functional, technological, and aesthetic qualities of the external and internal spaces of an industrial enterprise, of course, contributes to the intensification and increases the economic profitability of the production, as well as the creation of more efficient, safe, and attractive working conditions. Within the framework of the publication, using the example of Fishing Collective Восход, we will consider the features of the planning organization and subject content of food industry enterprises, outlining the range of existing problems and probably formulating some principles. A short piece of history reference is, probably the next slide would be fine. So the ancestor of Fishing Collective Farm Восход, it was formed in 1931. Fishing artel named after Cantor in the village of Yuka, Ayana-Maysky district. At the same time, another artel named after Molotov was formed on the territory of the same district, and it was located at the mouth of the Lanta River. The main occupation of artels was fishing for sport herring, salmon, and reindeer herding. In 1935 and 36, the artels were recognized into collective farms. And in 1945-46, a fish factory was created in the village of Ayan, into which the collective farms were merged. In 1959, in connection with the introduction of bans on industrial fishing for sporting herring, the fish factory was liquidated, unfortunately. In collective farms were merged, and in 1960, the fishing collective farm Восход was done, and to which the property of the plant was transferred. And further, in 1963, it was transferred to village Ayan, where actually now it is currently located. Today, the collective farm conducts independent commercial fishing. Is it possible to take the next slide, please? Independent commercial fishing for herring, salmon, chum salmon, both chum and pink salmon, crabs, from Chesapeake crab especially. At the same time, work is carried out using a fishing fleet owned by the fishing collective farm. The fleet of the collective farm includes a medium tonnage vessel for organizing fishing on the high seas and small for coastal fishing and seafood. The enterprise has a seasonal nature of work from June to September due to difficult climatic conditions and location in the far north. As for material and technical base, the land plots the enterprise in the territory of the Yanamaysky municipal district, and it occupies quite a large territory of almost 36,000 hectares. The main productions are located in the coastal zone in the southern part of the village Yan. On the L-shaped side stretched on the coastline in accordance with the technological chain, there are one-story buildings and structures for various purposes, such as onshore processing complex with production and technical laboratories, storage facilities, well, and so on. 150 meters north of the territory of the enterprise, there is a hydraulic structure, which is a pier of mooring ships, both fishing and transport. The architecture of production facilities characterized by simplicity and consciousness of forms. Most of the structures are built on a concrete strip foundation, and the roof is combined wrought. The facade decoration uses plaster and light-colored wall panels. In addition to the processing complex and coastal zone, the company owns an apartment fund on the territory of the village, Yan, intended for living workers, women, of course, seasonal workers. As for delivery of water and biological resources, and cargo is carried out from the pier to the production facilities of the enterprise along a fuel-equipped dirt road, which is impossible to move during heavy rainfall due to the load of a natural stream. This is the next slide, please. And the movement from the pier to the processing complex takes up to 10 minutes. So this is the view, you can see how it works. But during the period of natural precipitation, which is quite long, the enterprise is forced to stand idle, waiting for a natural decrease in the water level in the stream, which is quite inconvenient. Well, let me pass to the problems and solutions. So the comprehensive analysis and the sociological survey of employees, let us emphasize some problems. So the first one is, due to the location of the enterprise in close proximity to the water area, active erosion processes are noted, which led to the formation of a wide stream between the territory of the base and the pier. This circumstance complicates the transportation of aquatic biological resources to the processing complex and also provokes forced downtime of the processing complex and the suspension of fishing, which the terms of which are already insignificant. To solve this problem, it is necessary to develop a set of measures to strengthen the coastline, install multi-layer gravel filters and gamma structure, and organize a stormwater system and build a bridge across a natural stream. The next problem is that there is no comprehensive landscaping and sidewalk paving on the territory of the enterprise, and the existing road surface needs to be restored. In this regard, it is necessary to carry out design and construction and some repair work, including the development of measures for the improvement and landscaping of the territory of the processing complex. The next step is improving the quality of the enterprise environment. Could be the development of the visual communication system, the installation of information boards, signs, and decorative street lighting. This is important. And one more problem is that the object is located on the sea coast in the northern region of the Khabarovsk territory, which with a low percentage of clear sunny days typical for this area, and the restrained color of the environment and relatively low average annual temperature. To improve the visual and psycho-emotional comfort of the employees, it is probably recommended to revise the color scheme of the facade decoration and landscaping elements. In conclusion, we would like to say that considering the great demand for the products of the fishing industry, as you can see them in the picture, as well as such factors as the impact of the food embargo, the orientation of the country's economy towards import substitution, and increase in the consumption of fish products in the domestic market, investing in this project is not only highly effective, but we think is really quickly paid off. The policy of the Russian state is currently aimed at the development of the Far East, as well as the development of the forms of support for the development of fishing industry, which positively affects the activities of enterprise who are engaged in this field. In this regard, a set of measures to renovate and to improve the quality of the object spatial environment for hot will contribute to the intensification of production and the creation of more attractive working conditions and probably working places, new working places for its employees. Well, dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. This is what we wanted to present to you as a part of our investigation.
Thank you, Maria. Is some questions to the speaker? Okay, if we have no questions, I should invite the next speaker, Sisi Zhu, PhD candidate, master degree from Zhejiang University, China, with the report optimization of spatial distribution of community services facilities under the background of the Feeling Week board in community construction, a case study of 6 street recycling stations in Shaoxing City. You're welcome.
Oh, please wait a moment. I will share my. Okay, today my presentation topic is research location optimize of community service facility under the background of reinforcing the weak board in communicate construction, taking resources drop-off stations of Shaoxing City as an example. And this presentation will be divided into 4 parts. And the first part is introduction. And after 2000, the form of community renewal in China has gradually turned to the regeneration and upgrading of built communities, especially for the older ones, so as the way of community service facility configuration. And in 2018, the updated urban community planning and design standard proposed 17 types of mandatory or optional community service facilities. So in this context, there are 2 differences in the construction of community service facilities. First, the public-private partnership become one of the mainstream model of community service facility construction. That means the site selection of the facilities is jointly designed by the government and the private sectors. And the second, the site selection is influenced by the built environment. So, through research review, this paper found several shortage and remains in the site selection work of community facilities, the mono-object lagging method, the inadequacy of accurate calculation of built environment, and the calculation method used can't be solved the problem of large-scale nonlinear set selection. And for the first problem, this paper proposed a multi-object location optimization model and adopted the Pareto optimal solution. And for the second problem, every residential building, path, and neighborhood wall in the built environment are added into the calculation. And for the third one, the second generation non-dominated sorting genetic algorithm was used for the calculation. Considering the different preference of government and the private sector, this paper chose two indicators to calculate their target, and the pictures on the right shows why these two indicators were selected. And because in the old communities, there are different levels and different types of residential buildings, the government's goal is to cover more residential buildings to bring different types and levels of household into the range of services. And for the private sectors, their goal is to provide as many services as possible, which means higher returns. So facilities need to be need to be located where the demand is high. For simplify the calculation, the following assumptions are proposed in the application of the model. And this page shows how two indicators were calculated. And in this study, the service level is determined by the amount of demand and the range attenuation function between the 2 points, and the function was used as the range attenuation function. And the two objective functions in this multi-objective location optimization model are as follows. The objective 4-6 to maximize the service coverage of the demand points, and the 5-6 that maximize the total service level of the facilities cited. And this model also said 5 constraints. And the third part is case study. Paper select the resources drop-off stations in Shaoxing City, Zhejiang Province, as a case study. Since April 2019, Shaoxing City's Bureau of Commerce has purchased service from 2 enterprises to start the pilot construction of resources. And there are 72 stations were built and distributed to the 71 communities. And from a survey in the November 2021, we found it's necessary to redistribute the existing facility, but do not change the number of them. And taking the built environment restrictions and preference of decision makers, 3 types of facility candidate points were chosen. And after selecting and merging the candidate sites whose straight line distance is less than 50 meters, and total 358 facility candidate points were retained as a set of potential RDDS. And the second generation non-dominated sorting genetic algorithm was used for the calculation. And the existing stations were ranked by the service level and then put a part of them into the set of reserved sites. And the number of the reserved sites increased by 10% per time. Then observe the service coverage and the service level achieved by Pareto optimal solutions under the different station replacement proportion. So overall optimized results shows the service level of the existing stations is at the low level, while its coverage is close to the middle level. And in general, the service levels has improved with all solutions compared with the current situations. However, there are 47 solutions whose coverage level is low. And out of all optimal sets, choose 3 set selection preference solutions. That is optimal service coverage, optimal service level, and balanced service coverage and service level. And list the results of the solutions on the different placement proportion. So we can say that when the optimal service coverage solution were choosing, the coverage and the service level in all solutions are higher than the status quo. And when the existing stations are completely replaced, the service coverage improves to the most to 0.81. And however, the service level in all solutions are in the lower middle level. And when the optimal service level solution were choosing, the optimized service level is much higher than the current level, but the coverage rate is lower. And when the station replacement proportion is between 0 to 30%, the service level improves rapidly. And when the replacement proportion is up to 90%, the service level reaches the highest level. And when the balanced solution was choosing, the coverage and the service level in all solutions have improved, and both at a high level. And when the replacement is less than 50%, the service level grows rapidly with the increasing of the replacement, and which is close to the optimal service level solution. In conclusion, a multi-objective location optimization model is proposed in this paper to improve the optimization theory of community facility site selection and improve the accurate ways to locate the demand, and a more advanced calculation method are used to improve the positioning calculator and the scale, so to provide the scientific support for the facility selection in the community facility. And for the future studies, taking social impact and economic factors into the model can further improve the calculate of the site selections. Okay, thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you for your report. Maybe we have some questions. As usual, we have no questions. Okay, now we have 2 speakers more, and then we will have a small announcement. So we have 1 hour for this. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Bella Lani, faculty member, School of Architecture, Fine Arts and Design, University of San Carlos, Philippines, with the report, Everleigh's Child Sanitarium, an Architectural and Urban Approach. Professor, you're welcome.
Yes, so good day to everyone. Can you hear me? So I'm greeting you from the tropical Philippines. This is about the Everleigh's Child Sanitarium and Urban and Architecture Approach. This was a longer research, but I tried to summarize it in 10 minutes. So the Everleigh's Child Sanitarium is a leprosy facility close to the place where I live. Probably you know the dreadful sickness leprosy, and in particular before it was very terrible. Right now it can be healed. So this was a facility, even in the Bible we can see a dreadful sickness. The sanitarium's history mirrors the history of leprosy therapy, how it was developed. Its basic understanding is the appreciation of community against the merely physical approach to the sickness, which led to unnecessary segregation. Today, during COVID times, history shows how human community and faith allows patients overcome the sickness more than separation and segregation. Healing, you can also see here, recently, I don't know how was COVID over there in Russia, but here in the Philippines, it was terrible, and we had to wear the mask. And but imagine victims of Hansen's disease, the leprosy, they were really discriminated for a lifetime. And this sanitarium was called to heal the sickness. This is here, the entrance of the sanitarium. It was founded 1930. The study supports architectural consciousness, but also healthcare consciousness. And I believe many are interested in the sanitarium right now because we are after COVID. So these were the hypotheses. The original design sensitively mirrors the professional philosophy behind it and how leprosy was healed. Its chronological development corresponds to the changes in the healing of leprosy. So today, if somebody has leprosy, doesn't need to stay there, goes there, gets some medicine, and after 2 weeks should go back and no more leprosy. But there are still patients who lost their nose, ears. We can see they are still living in the sanitarium. So you can see here, this is the aerial view of the Everleigh's Child Sanitarium. It was the original zoning. It received a huge territory in 2 phases. There was a male zone and the female zone, which were separated by a central football field. The sanitarium church with chaplaincy, you can see in the middle. Then later on, as the more leprosy was healed, the more people could go out, and that's why they had to fence some zones, the core hospital zone and then the outside hospital zone. And the unfenced parts of the huge territory were all later occupied by informal settlers. So I reconstructed here the map. You can see in the middle the core areas and then around the informal settlers places. To make treatment of patients suffering from leprosy more attractive and minimize segregation, separation, that was the purpose of this sanitary here. It was an alternative to leprosy island Kulion. This is an island which is just simple an island only for leprosy sick. But this is here on the mainland and people can actually stay there. And originally it was more closed, and step by step as leprosy was more healed, it became more open. I would like to mention here, this is USA's National Leprosarium. It is like a hospital. But our sanitarium is different. It is a human-scaled, community-driven approach. So the people live in community and not among them strictly separated. Human segregation approach was first proposed internationally at the Third Leprosy Conference in Strasbourg, 1923. Before that, it was like you read in the Bible that the leprosy sick had to signalize that he is there. So here, instead of ward pavilions, human-scaled co-shared houses made sense of community. These are the principles, and then example, uniform, rigid, and strict planning of leprosarium. There's the Kikuchi leprosarium in Japan. That was really terribly segregated. So there was many ways how to heal leprosy. The original sanitarium you can see here. This is a very nice area. That time, the air around it, there were no human settlements. Right now, it's already part of the city. And I want to show you some pictures about this. So this is here the central area. Then this is the lepers. This is the church, which is part of the therapy. And then that is how they look, the cottages. These are not wards, but cottages. And that is how the people live. A part is still there for those who were not able to be healed many years ago. And then, so some treating principles here, chapel and convent. So there is a religiosity also helping to heal it. Scenic environment for emotional relief. I just show you, it's really beautiful. Cottages instead of wards. Here is the cottage. Most of the cottages not anymore used in the original purpose because, as I said, the treatment is very easy today. But before, and somebody lost already the nose and then the ears, then you cannot do anymore, that they stay here. Veranda for fresh air. This is also different from many other places. You can see here, separated building grounds for gender separation. And then town hall, that means they had autonomous self-support community. So among the leprosy patients, there was a mayor and then the heads. Next is teaching learning. There was school in it, holistic care. So even for other sicknesses, even for tuberculosis, you can also see. This is the female infirmary. Then afterwards, the updating of the sanitary went according to the healing process because it was easier and easier to treat leprosy. And then 1964, the separation or segregation law was removed. So it was not anymore compulsory that they cannot go out at all. But even before, it was very humane. So it was then the territory around, people were not anymore afraid to come closer, and there were informal settlements in the territory around. And then now, since 1988, it is a change to a regular hospital, so they can treat also other sicknesses. These are the new buildings to it. And right now, it is getting more and more. Now, the deteriorated, unused cottages are still there. Some cottages are still populated by people who that time were not healed, but they are still around. But some cottages are unused, and this should be actually conserved. There is a museum a few years ago about it that shows how different it is today treating leprosy than it was before. So religious buildings are also there. But actually, since it has a different function, also the religious stuff is different. Now, I wanted to show you some places about the informal settlements. This is, for example, these children are not leprosy sick anymore. They built some houses there. And it's of course a question if it is, what should be the role of the hospital with these informal settlers. In the Philippines, it's actually where it's easier to go inside a place, and then if you are there, they cannot remove you. So this is Sacred Heart Will Homeowners Association. So those who informal settlers were a bit organized, and they are actually around still, and just some, it's in heritage conservation, architecture planning, because it's actually already like a small town. So old buildings, and with the Philippine flag, I would like to close this. Recommendations actually that we have to find a new concept, how this place could be integrated into the hospital and then to the areas around. So that's my presentation. So I would like to stop sharing, and thank you for inviting me. If you have questions, I think it's a little bit different from your presentations from the north, because here it's really tropical sunshine, hot temperatures, and the leprosy is probably also not a problem in Russia. So thank you. So I finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lani. Is some question to the speaker? Okay, we have no questions, and the last speaker for this section, Aaron Dai, a PhD candidate, master degree from Zhejiang University, with the report Perceived Intellectual Control of COVID-19 and Urban Resilience, an in-principle study of 4 towns and streets during the spring travel in 2021.
Thanks for the introduction of the chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Arianda from Zhejiang University. It's my pleasure to attend this conference and to share some of our recent work on the process, intellectual control of COVID-19 and urban resilience. This is an empirical study based on the 4 townships during the spring travel in 2021. First, I will present the background of this work. As early as 1831, England faced an outbreak of public health crisis. In response to the public health crisis, urban planning was born. Essentially, they are both about enhancing urban resilience and making urban healthier. The core problem of urban planning in the context of the global COVID-19 pandemic is how to increase the resilience of urban areas to handle shortcomings and weaknesses relieved in public health crises. Crisis management has been challenging with COVID-19. We need to explore how the local governments deal with crisis management in the public health crisis and implement pandemic prevention precisely. This is crucial to understanding the basic operational logic of Chinese local bureaucracies and improving urban resilience from the perspective of institutional mechanisms. There is no doubt that annual spring travel is the largest unidirectional movement of people in China. In 2021, Spring Festivals raised the COVID-19.
This was a very special period because volcanism was not available yet. So governments, no pharmaceutical interventions to prevent pandemics were crucial. Basically, precision improving the scientific implementation of policies is the key institutional factors to improve urban resilience from the perspective of government's crisis management. Against this background, we propose 3 research questions. First, why were there variations in local governments implementing COVID-19 pandemic control measures? Second, what were the important actors and factors that contributed to such differences? Third, what does the variations tell us about improving urban resilience? Next, I will briefly introduce the method. Basically, this is a qualitative study as a participants observed in the health commissions of Y district. We spent 3 months there. Also, we use primary data and semi-structured interviews to supplement our findings. Due to the fact that this is a first health code research and development site, we picked Y district H city in Zhejiang province as our study area. After that, for this study, we picked 4 townships using an IPA model to compare and analyze. Here are the next 4 results. First of all, Y district and 4 townships form a strategic group that shares a sense of collective identity and internal coherence. Secondly, it is the key to an annual evolution indicator of the resilience of urban in the same precision, intelligent control environments. Third, successful policy implementation has 2 decision-making paths. Finally, the institutionalized decision-making mechanisms tend to adopt strict measures. In contrast, institutionalized decision-making mechanisms tend to adopt minimalist approach. Based on our research, staff, and implementation preference are the key influencing factor. Here, what we found at the end of this work. Our first point is that different decision-making paths can lead to successful policy implementation, institutionalized and semi-institutionalized. Second, staffing and decision makers performance distinguish the 2 paths. Finally, from a new perspective on the institutional environment, these innovative findings will make urban areas more resilient. Thank you, the 3rd International Scientific Conference, for giving me the chance to present my research. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you for your report. Dear friends, maybe some questions for the speaker. Okay, so if we have no questions, we can finish our scientific section. And now we have a small announcement about our next scientific event. And I invite our PhD student and one of organizers of this conference, Ksenia Zakharovu. Ksenia, please.
Hello, everyone. One more. I would like to invite all of you for this event. Pacific National University Institute of Architecture and Design invites you to participate in the events of 23rd International Forum, New Ideas of New Century, from February 14 to 17, 2023, Khabarovsk. Forum coordinator, Natalia Frolova. You can see her phone number and her email address. If you have any questions or more information about this event, you can ask her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ksenia, and thank you everyone who can join to our conference, to everyone who can make report, who ask questions. It's my pleasure to see many familiar and new faces here, and I'm very proud that we have this scientific event and with 3-year history, and I hope that next year we continue this scientific project and meet again. So now I announce a 40 minutes break. We will come back at 11 a.m. by Moscow time. So see you soon. 40 minutes and we will back. Hello, dear colleagues. It's time. It's 11 a.m. in Moscow time. So we can start the second scientific section of our conference. The theme of the section, regional architecture and architectural education, study problems. So the moderator of this section, PhD in psychology, Associate Professor Elena Nikiforova. But list. So I hope Elena join us soon. But now I see that the first speaker is here. So it's my pleasure to introduce architect Marco Marchesi, the owner of design studio Актуальные Architecture, with the report Restoration in a Modern Style, Never Forgetting Energy Efficiency. So Marco, can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I am very happy to be here again. And I want to show you one of our most recent work here in Italy, in Treviso. It's my town. I show you some slides about it. I hope you... It's okay? You...
Yes, that's okay.
Yes, okay.
It's about an old house that can achieve a high energy certification. About this protocol, it's a passive house protocol. I show you this slide that show the 5 basic pillars of this protocol. The first pillar is thermal insulation. The second is passive house windows. The third is ventilation with heat recovery. The fourth is air lightness. And the fifth is thermal bridge free design. This protocol about the Passive House Institute is an independent research institute that has played a special crucial role in the development of the passive house concept. It is the only international recognized and performance-based on energy standard construction. Passive House is celebrating today its 13th birthday. Starting as an experiment, great credit can be given to this pioneering project by a German professor, Wolfgang Feist, at a time when only very few people thought about climate protection. It paved the way for energy efficiency in buildings. Today, the Passive House standard has been implemented throughout the world and shines particularly brightly in beacon projects globally. The watchword is efficiency. Efficiency is the first renewable energy. Let's start with this building, and I show you some images of the original building. And this is the view from the main entrance. And there are some problems about legitimacy issues of the staircase and some age of the window frames. This is the view from the garden. And the north side of the building show typical effects of northern exposure. The lack of sun causes the formation of humidity and therefore of fertile ground for molds and lichens. In this image, some design errors are evident, such as the lack of windows. These are some images of the problems of the house. Inside, we have problems of humidity coming from the ground, symptom of a bad waterproofing and lack of thermal insulation, and some problems of ordinary maintenance and evident structural problems. These problems are about the brick wall. In this slide, I show you the initial idea of expanding the ground floor by moving the living areas to the ground floor. It was appreciated and successful with the property. This is the project presented to the institution, in which you can see in the red color the parts of the expansions and the thermal insulation of all the wall and the roof, or the roof and the wall insulation. The extension on the ground floor has allowed us to create a larger green terrace on the first floor. And in this way, the property has gained 70 square meters of covered living area and 70 square meters of open air living area. In this slide, you can watch this result. What about the insulation? This is a typical cross-section of the masonry insulation package. We choose to insulate with a correct kind of insulation. It's a thermal coat with wool, rock wool, and I show you some other details about the insulation. The insulation of the ground, it is two kinds of material. A material, hydrophobic material in contact with the ground, it's polystyrene, and rock wool on the top. And in this other detail, you can examine the construction detail of the coat near the window. This is made to avoid the bridge, the thermal bridge. Some imaging of the building during the work. This is the wall I showed you before with problems of humidity. This is the other wall I showed you before, to the north face of the building. And these are the problems that we discovered on the roof. And the problem was for the main and the secondary structure. Some elements were destroyed by woodworms, and so we have to use the new one elements. This is the new one elements of the structures, of the wood structure. This is the new planking and the new elements of the structure. And the new planking have the thermal insulation, outside thermal insulation on the roof with 20 centimeters of rock wool. And here you can watch our technique to use the rock wool with different with different thickness. In this slide, you can show I can show you that every time we check the correct thickness of the insulation material, and finally the waterproofing with a bituminous sheet. In this other slide, it is the core laying system of the insulating slabs and the core mechanical fasten system. In the corner, it is the correct way to put this insulation is shown in this slide, and then the final, the finish of the roof with the copper material. In this other slide, I show you the extended photovoltaic system that ensure, together with the storage batteries, energy independence for the building. In this slide, I show the preliminary works to pour the foundation to carry the water after the excavation. We found the water in the ground of this building. We are ready in this slide. We are ready for the foundation, basement for the foundation. In these slides, I show you the radiant flow system inside the radial flow system and the mechanical ventilation. We are again outside when I show you the slabs against the ground that must be suitably insulated, and the new walls in elevation. This is the new attic, then new terrace. So we finished the new external staircase and the new terrace. This is a slide of inside works, internal false walls that for the passage of the systems and the new high performance windows in woods with wood windows. And this is the final colors chosen by the property. And the finish of the new terrace and new living room. We are nearby the final result. The final colors of the shade chosen for the new part of the building. And this is the view of the internal railing realized with the metal sheet staircase. This is the opening of the new pedestrian entrance. And finally, the house is closed, all the windows are there. The large ones towards the garden. This is the new part of the building where the property wants to put the kitchen and the living room. Some other slides showing the external part, the interior. The paving, the exterior paving, doing with draining paving and marble finishes. And I told the bomb of white for the attic, having more light than before. And Fiat Lux, there is light, artificial light and natural light. And so we have the final view, most recent slides in the photo with the external, with the finished pavement, and the solarium. We have some problems with the rain these days, but we have put some wooden plank floor to finish the exterior part of the garden. Yes, I finished, and thank you for your attention and from this beautiful and yet another occasion.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Dear colleagues, may someone have questions to the speaker? Okay, we have no questions, and I introduce our next report. It's common report from Hungary and Russia, from University of Fine Arts Budapest and Pacific National University Khabarovsk. Two professors, Gabar Chanadi and Alina Ivanova, represent the topic the theater architecture at the turn of century in Hungary. Okay, you're welcome.
Now you can hear me, I hope.
Yes, we can.
Very good. So I must do some small corrections because I'm I'm not from that university. I'm anyway. Originally, my sister was planned to present today. I'm an urban sociologist, and I present a little bit different problem. Not the same. I will try to share my screen. I hope I will be successful with it. So I lost, oh, here is it. Screen. This one.
Yes, okay.
Very good. So the title here is Traditionalism and or Modernism, and the case will be what I would like to present. One of the three important synagogues of Budapest. This is the building of this synagogue, and you can ask why is it interesting? I think the most important and most interesting aspect of this, that this was built in 1913. It means around the end of the long 19th century, which was finished by the First World War. So if we, it summarizes all the very quick and important developments of the previous 40, 50 years in Hungary, and first of all in Budapest. Budapest was so quickly improving within this period that certain parts even called Chicago, I mean certain parts of Budapest were and are called Chicago, thinking that it is developed so quickly as these American cities can do only. Well, coming back to this synagogue, the context, the questions I would like to raise and tackle shortly are in three dimensions. This period, the latest half of the 19th century, was the period where the Jewish integration was an important aspect of the general economic and social development, and of course for the Jews who were living in this country. Of course, there were many conflicts around this. I won't go into details, but it was clear that the Hungarian elite suggested suggested for the Jews to be a little bit more similar to the normal everyday Hungarian nation. And also there were important spatial, territorial differences within this. The point was that the Jewish community, like every society, were structured. The more urban working class or bourgeois part of the Jewish community was more open to this integration process, while the poorer, smaller settlement living part of this Jewish community was more afraid of losing the roots and had more problems with this. That's why within the Jewish community, there were strong and bitter conflicts around the last third of the 19th century, to the extent that the Jewish church was divided to a more modern neologue, as it is called in Hungary, and an Orthodox stream of the Jewish church. In Budapest, the situation was, according to the general trends in the country, that the neologue, the modernized, the more bourgeois, more urban part was bigger, stronger, and the Orthodox were in minority in Budapest. That's why the Orthodox part of the Jewish church was very eager to maintain the traditions, the rules, the original rules of the Jewish faith, and this was seen in every visual aspects of the life, including the architectural ideas and how they build, how they use their more important places, the synagogues. And the third point I would like to tackle, the developments in architecture. I mean, in architectural thinking, first of all, how the architects, the Hungarian and partly Jewish architects, try to balance the demands of the Jewish leaders and also the most modern architectural ideas, technologies of that time, what was seen in European architecture. So if we see this this building, it was in a shtetl-like part of Budapest, which means that there were narrow, small streets. Maybe in the previous architecture picture, you can see this bending small street. And it was a very interesting problem, which was made intelligently by the architects, that they put the facade a little bit back, and that's why they could find some place before the building. The details are not too traditional, but they show here also some aspects of the Scandinavian secession, if you like, the Scandinavian aspects of the construction. From the outside, the most important part is the traditional Orthodoxian parts with the normal Jewish signs. It's also a very common way to write something important from the Bible. Here you can see it also. But at that time, it was not very common to use a relatively simple facade in front, which is showing a way to the modernist type of architecture. Also, it is the sign of traditionalism that first not the synagogue was built, but the internal part of the whole complex. This is a school, and here was the community center. On the left, we can see the back of the synagogue also. And also here we can see the other end of this complex, which shows again the effects of the Scandinavian modernism. And also here upstairs you can see a Jewish clock, where not the numbers but the appropriate Jewish signs are showing the time. And also it is an cast iron something in the main room. Here were the offices of this place. But after that, if we enter the synagogue itself, here we can see in the first part the traditional type of synagogue building. The most important debate was where the central point of this place, in other words, where the rabbi or the Pope must speak. In the Christian churches, which were very good example to continue to the in the modernist synagogues, the main point was at the end of this room. In the traditional Jewish synagogue, here in the center was the bima. The idea was that if you make it in the center, everybody in the community around would be participating the same with the same possibilities. So it is a traditional one. Here is the bima. If they had the religious processes, it is done here. But on the eastern wall, when the Torah is saved, here behind this place, there were some little bit more pronounced parts as in the traditional parts used to be. Also, I don't know if it's possible, I'm not an architect, but I know that these constructions which follow the traditional rules in a synagogue, but they are made with ferroconcrete shells, if it is the correct word for this. And what is the most important and interesting thing is that here, with the use of traditional structure, the flowers and the other shapes are a little bit different, following the Hungarian secessionism of the area. In the Hungarian national art, the tulips were the most important flowers, and at that time the architects, like musicians, wanted to find out the traditional, the real Hungarian parts for decoration. And here, these tulips in this synagogue are used extensively, together with the architecturally very innovative methods how to let the light come in to the building. Also, we can see it here. And also here in the windows, you see here are the special tulips of one of the very famous Hungarian glass, stained glass making factory, the Miksa Roth factory, or in the woodwork of the synagogue, which was planned also by the architects. Or here you can see these flowers. Or at the end, a little bit different types of integrating the Hungarian national signs together with the Jewish ones. So this synagogue is an interesting compromise between the integration, showing these Hungarian national signs, which were extensively used by architects of that period, and the traditional, very strict Orthodox rules of the Orthodoxian Jewish church of the time, and also which I want show you here, the connection between the modernizing architectural thinkings of the period. So I have more questions than answers here, but the details and the processes within the larger community and in the architectural life of the period are very interesting and useful if we want to understand what happened in the first decades in Europe. Thank you very much.
Professor, thank you for your presentation. So I'm sorry, but we have time just for one question. Maybe someone want to ask? Okay, so I introduce the next report under same scientific grant, Associate Professor of Pacific National University, Екатерина Гладоленкова, and Associate Professor of Pacific National University, Alina Ivanova, with the title Railway Stations in Harbin and Budapest. Екатерина?
Alex, do you see my presentation
Yes, it's okay.
and my clicks?
You are welcome.
Yes. Do you see other slide? Okay. Good afternoon. The topic of my report is the railway station of Budapest in Harbin. The report presents the result of the research project, the architectural image of the motherland in Budapest, St. Petersburg, and Harbin. And Alina Pavlovna Ivanova is the leader of this project and so also of this report. You can see the content of my presentation on your screen, and I will try to be brief. Railway construction reached its peak. Railway construction reached its peak in many countries by the end of the 20th century. Huge sums were invested in the construction of the railroads. Station buildings are part of these projects and at the same time part of the cities. Of course, there are no railway lines between these two cities, between Budapest and Harbin, but both of the cities are an important transport routes. Harbin is a city that owns its experience to the Chinese Eastern Railway, which was the part of the Great Siberian Railroad, and which was connected St. Petersburg and Moscow to Vladivostok in Eastern Russia and Asia. Budapest is an important hub of the route of the Orient Express from Paris to Constantinople via Strasbourg, Vienna, Budapest, and Bucharest. And the purpose of the study is to compare the mechanisms of constructions in the representative architecture of the station in Budapest and Harbin. When we talk about train stations, we always talk about the city, the urban planning role. They are part of the city, the main roads lead to them, they are clearly visible, easy to reach, and it is the first thing that meets a traveler in the unfamiliar city. Station Square is one of the main squares. The station area is a transportation hub. In the photos, you can see the intersections of tracks, streetcar, automobile, and as in the photos of Budapest and St. Petersburg in the 1916s, so in the photos of Harbin from the beginning of the century, you can see the same situation. At the same time, station buildings are portals of the dimensions, to other dimensions, gates to the city and gates to the spaces of travel, new experience and new lands. The appearance of railway stations building often has much in common with triumphal arches. The facades are decorated with large arched windows, complex bases, bright finishes, often sculptural compositions, and iconic decorative elements are in the buildings. In the second half of the 19th century, there were 5 major railway stations on the territory of modern Budapest. Today, Budapest has 3 major train stations. South in the modern one, located on the right bank on the Dunai in Buda. The western and eastern are located in Pest. They serve different destinations. Budapest Keleti station is a main international and intercity railway terminal in Budapest. Its name originated not only because of its position, but as the easternmost of the city railway terminals, but also because of its original role as a terminus of lines from Eastern Hungary, including Transylvania from Keleti station. The Eastern Express trains from Paris to Constantinople departed. The station building was built in the neo-Renaissance style in 1818s. The facade is decorated with sculpture images of inventors James Watt and George Stephenson installed in niches in the central part of the volume. Above the arch of the main entrance is a sculpture of an allegory of transportation, first installed in the 1818s. Its original created is Angulia Bezereti. The statues represented the allegory of the railroad. A group of statues on the roof, male figures, represented the gods of fire and water, and a female figure standing between them, representing the birth of the steam. The big statue was originally made of tin, but was so destroyed that it was rebuilt in aluminium in 1919s, and today we can see the new one on the building. In Russia, we will see we will not see the such large scale composition on the decorations in the decorations of the station building, but they are also associated with the motive of travel. So often found is the image of the patron Saint Nicholas, as well as images of coats of arms of cities. There are mosaics or reliefs on the building. And the station in Vladivostok, there is a Primorsky Krai and the city of Moscow. And at the Yaroslavsky station in Moscow, images of local flora and fauna, such very local motifs. The same Vitebsk station is decorated by the tower with the images of oils and clocks. Clock is one of the popular attributes of the station buildings, borrowed from the buildings of the city halls. The use of arch structures in the architecture of railway stations is dictated by their functional purpose. There are three types of stations: island, coastal, and the land interstation is located at the terminal station of a route. The access road come out on its real facade. The post may then have a roof, and in the simplest versions of the structure overlaps the entire station building, and we will see the large window on the main facade overlooking the city. Such is the Eastern station in Paris, which has become a canon for many other buildings in Europe, such in the Warsaw station and the Baltic station in St. Petersburg. But the arch is also preserved when the station have an island or coastal position. The station in Harbin was built in the early 20th century in the popular Art Nouveau style. The station building stretches along the tracks for 100 meters. It's a huge building, but thanks to a competent distribution of volumes, it does not look bulky. Its arch is a window of the waiting room for third-class passengers. But the luxury of the station in Harbin was noted by many travelers, but it pales in comparison with the design of the unbuilt station in Dalian. The design of its facades you can see on the screen, and it is the reconstruction. It's the same Art Nouveau, but more complicated and overloaded with decor and more pronounced volumes. The large marble window in the center of the facade on the city side and on the track side too. In addition, similar features with Harbin Railway Art Nouveau had stations on the end stations in Manchuria and Suifenhe. Today there are 4 main railway stations in Harbin: South, East, Sanfan, and Central. You can see their location on the map. And Central Station was recently renovated, and the modern image clearly shows the features of the old Harbin railway station. But in terms of spatial structure, it's a new type of building, a building bridge hanging over the railroad tracks. In addition, the New South Station built in the modern style also symbolically repeats the arch of old Harbin Station. The arch is also repeated in the other newly built train station in Northeast China, in Mudanjiang and Suifenhe. Budapest and my conclusion. Budapest and Harbin train station building were considered, but both structures are not only significant to the city, they also serve a representative function of the railway line itself. The Keleti station in Budapest is characterized by the combination of neo-Renaissance and Baroque elements on the facade, the use of sculptural composition and arched completion of the main entrance. For the station in Harbin, the same arch modified for the Art Nouveau style. In both cases of these buildings, the most advanced technologies and the most expressive means are used to distinguish the station building from others. Thank you very much for your attention, and we will be glad to hear your feedback. It is our website about our project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katerina. So now we are out of timing and no opportunity to ask a question. So I see that Professor Guarania joined to us. Professor, you are here?
Ok, I'm here. Sono qui. You listen me, senti?
Yeah. Okay. Here is your presentation, and you can start your report. So the title is The Role of Architecture in the Relationship Between Cinema and Novel. Presented Professor Gianfranco Guarania, PhD in Architecture, Associate Professor, University of Trieste, Italy. Welcome.
Okay, I don't speak very well in English. And Elena help me, I think.
So Elena is not here, but
Okay.
there is an English translation in your presentation, so you can talk by Italian and other can see English translation on the screen. So
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Okay. Noi sappiamo che il legame fra l'architettura e la letteratura esiste, ma il cinema diventa il trade union fra queste due cose, diventa quello che lega questo rapporto. Per esempio, il disprezzo di Jean-Luc Godard, Les Mêmes Prises, no? È interessante vedere, può andare avanti? Sorry. Okay. Can you go? Oh. Ok. Ok. Il collegamento fra cinema e architettura, come potete vedere, è molto interessante. In questo caso, per esempio, nel Disprezzo, è stato girato interamente in Villa Malaparte a Capri. E la Villa Malaparte di Libera, l'architetto, però è stata realizzata in realtà da Curzio Malaparte. Puoi andare avanti, go? Ok? Ok. E quindi l'architettura è un elemento indispensabile proprio per collegare queste due cose, per collegare la letteratura al cinema. Il romanzo da cui è tratto il film era di Moravia, Alberto Moravia, ma il film è molto interessante perché si vede l'interno della villa, ok? Ok, Villa Malaparte is very interesting, è molto interessante perché all'interno può andare, ok? Ok, ok. Ok, vai. La villa, questo è Curzio Malaparte. La casa è avanti, ok. Vai, vai. Go, can you go? Ok. Ok. Questi sono i riferimenti. Ecco, come si può vedere la villa ha un piano terra lì e sopra, vai, la cosa molto interessante, ok, vai, è la vista che c'è sul mare a Capri, ok, go, go, vai, ok, stop, il camino che qui si vede in fondo ha have glasses on the front, ha un vetro nel fondo e quando is the fire you can see out the sea, you can see in the glass on fire. Ok, vai, go, ok, go, ok, stop. Negli stessi anni si gira questo film in Sardegna, ma qui la villa viene costruita ex novo, una villa nuova solo per il film e dopo viene abbattuta, viene buttata giù. Vai. Ok. Qui si può vedere con Richard Burton e Liz Taylor il film. E anche qui è importante l'architettura. Ok, go. Ok, qui dal romanzo di Kafka è stato girato da Orson Welles il film Il processo nella Gare d'Orsay di Parigi, la Gare d'Orsay che dopo Gae Aulenti ha trasformato in un museo. Ok, go. Ok. Ok, il processo. This is the film. Ok, la Gare d'Orsay is this. This is Guy Aulenti make a project for the museum here. Okay, go. Blade Runner is very important because anche qui vediamo, go, vai, in Los Angeles, in the future, i replicanti Go. Live in a building, but who make replicanti, il costruttore di replicanti, vive nella Ennis House di Frank Lloyd Wright. Can you go? Vai. Sebastian, go. Go. Okay, bye. This is Sebastian. Live here. This is the Ennis House, the Frank Lloyd Wright. And the film is in this house. Many situations. Go. Okay. Okay, right. Ok, questo è un altro film, Arancia Meccanica, Clockwork Orange, no? E anche qui è girato in una casa, the house of the film is Richard Rogers, and then is a very important house. Can you go? Vai. And Psycho, the Hitchcock, is very important. Go. Okay. In every film, Hitchcock, go. Make a. Okay. Bye. Go. Bye. Ok, stop. Mentre Alessandro Manzoni, quando scrive I Promessi Sposi, fa una visione cinematografica, parte da lontano per arrivare vicino, E la stessa cosa succede in tutti i film di Hitchcock, che parte da lontano per arrivare poi nella finestra, nel luogo dove avviene l'azione. Ok? Okay, the house of this film is like a picture of Hopper, Edward Hopper. Can you go? Bye. Go. Oh, this is similar. This house of the Edward Hopper. But is a casual the similitudine. Okay, but in the house of in the film, you have the motel and you have the house. You have the verticality and horizontality. No, like this is the same the picture of the Hopper. When you have go, bye. Okay. Okay. For me, it's very difficult this communication, because I am not right for this. I work of this project, this work. Is a work in progress. This is only for one idea. No, I am very sorry for this communication. Very bad. Sorry, but is l'occasione per salutarvi, per salutare tutti voi. Okay, thank you very much, and very sorry. Okay,
thank you, Gianfranco.
Sorry, Michael, but it's very improvisation. Okay.
It's very interesting. Thank you. Dear colleagues, maybe some question to the speaker. Okay, I see next speaker is preparing for a report. So Thank you, Professor Guaranga. I represent the next speaker, Alexander Ray, lead architect in Asado Architectural Bureau and master student at Moscow Architectural Institute State Academy, with a report to the problem of urban environment adaptation to climate change. Alexander, please.
Hello, colleagues. Please find and close the report reflecting the interim results of the master's research adaptation of social cities to climate change on the example of the Far Eastern Federal District. Scientists' research on climate models make it possible to make projections of climate change for the long term up to the year 2100, consider different scenarios of natural and anthropogenic impacts on the climatic system and estimate changes in it as expected response to this impact. The importance of such studies gives constructions of methods and development of strategies on these factors in property responses to climate changes observed now and expected in the future. Here you may see the graphs of global average temperature change, a general graph and more detailed graph, which shows us situation since 1980. And here we see an animation of average annual temperatures over the past 200 years. Okay, then graphs of observing global warming and forces which affect global temperature, volcanic, solar, human cast. Here we see a description of the summer temperature numbers. Köppen World Climate Classification. Individual considers already have adaptation methods and strategies. In urban environment, to date, only a small number of cities have developed coordinated adaptation strategies, and not all of these programs have had a real impact on public investment, nor have they had the proper impact on changes in construction standards and organization of infrastructure and land use management. UN Habitat and the IPCC commented on key perspectives on the development and formatting of adaptation strategies in the face of project changes. Namely, it is necessary to ensure stakeholder awareness and improve the information base by analyzing the current state, assessing risks and threats, to assess vulnerability of sector of the resources available to remedy the situation while developing strategic plans for the city as a whole, and it is preferably supporting local interactives to respond to climate change, coordinate actions in all sections of urban management. The strategy and principles of strategy development are based on a comprehensive and multi-stakeholder planning approach. Accordingly, decision-making must present a balanced and informed response to global climate change. There is no single mitigation or adaptation strategy that works equally well for all cities. For this reason, an opportunity risks management approach must be taken in a sustainable development perspectives, taking into account not only emissions, but also the risks that are present in many possible climate and social economic scenarios. And namely, strategies should emphasize, facilitate and encourage collaboration and building of benefits. Strategies related to climate change should address both short and long-term issues and needs. Strategies should include new approaches that support tiered and multidisciplinary response based on the different expectations of a wide range of partners. When solving the climate problems of the urban environment, it is necessary to start from the needs and preferences of residents, take into account the characteristics of the local way of life, understand whether this or that innovation will work in a particular case, to work out a development strategy for all certain period of time and find ways of matching climate change measures with the desires and development needs of residents' desires. Involve the private sector of neighborhood representatives, especially the poor, and community leaders of all kinds in the problem, so that people with different background and perspectives can address it. Using an inclusive, open process, cities should conduct a vulnerability assessment to identify common and different risks to urban plans and different demographic sectors, and decide on targets and ways to mitigate the identified risk. Particular attention should be paid to the constructions of environmental protection devices or large urban infrastructure, especially in the planning and construction phase, because in this case, the cost of construction such devices will be lower. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. So now we have more. We have 7 reports, and so I think we have no time for questions. And now I will present next speaker who will start a block of reports under the main idea about development of architectural education in Russia and in Soviet Republic. So it's my pleasure to introduce PhD in architecture professor from Moscow Architectural Institute State Academy, Larissa Ivanova-Ven. Larissa Ивановна.
Прежде всего, я хотела выразить признательность организаторам конференции, прежде всего Михаилу Базилевичу. И краткую информацию сделаю в начале. Сегодня все знают о мировой школе авангарда Футемас. Но, однако, не все знают, что в 20-е годы в России, кроме Москвы, были Футемасы в Петрограде, Витебске, Воронеже, Казани, Ярославле и других. Кроме того, еще не все знают, что их предшественниками, включая московские, были так называемые свободные государственные художественные мастерские с 1918 по 20 год. И этой темой занималась группа ученых под моим руководством в 2011-2013 году в рамках гранта РФФИ. И в 2019-2021 в рамках гранта РФФИ. И я попрошу мое сообщение на английском прочитать вот студента 5-го курса Михаила Бодрова. Спасибо.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and Mikhail Bazilevich for organizing this conference. A small introduction. Today, everyone knows about the World School of Avant-Garde, the FUTEMAS. However, not everybody knows that in the early 20s in Russia, in addition to Moscow, there were also FUTEMAS branches in Petrograd, Vitebsk, Voronezh, Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, Saratov, and Yaroslavl. Moreover, not everybody knows that their predecessors, including Moscow in 1918, 1920, were free state art workshops. The study of these schools was carried out by a group of scientists under my supervision in 2011-2013 within the grant of the Russian Humanitarian Foundation, and in 2019-2021 within the framework of the grant RVR. The report will be delivered in English by the 5-year Marquis student, Michael Bedrov. So I will switch on the presentation now. I'm sorry. Yes. Excuse me. Before the revolution, the main educational architectural before the revolution, the main educational, architectural, and art institution and methodological center in Russia was the Higher Art School at the Academy of Arts in St. Petersburg. The second most important school was the School of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture in Moscow. In both educational institutions, architects were trained, those who had the right to build. The graduate architects of these educational institutions designed and built both in capital and regional cities in Russia. After the revolution in April 1918, the Academy of Arts was abolished by Lenin's decree, and all art educational institutions became subordinate to the Department of Fine Arts under the People Commissariat of Education and became known as the Free State Art Workshops. In Russian, this abbreviation sounds like SGHM, so maybe I will use it further on. Teachers began to be called masters, students, apprentices. It was the first reform of the art education. In Moscow, the School of Painting was reorganized into the second free art workshops that retained the former structure of the training of arts in architecture, painting, and sculpture. The first art workshops were named former Stroganov Art and Industrial School, which has preserved production workshops for ceramics, fabrics, printing, etc., which was a priority in order to train artists for industry. Here in Stroganov Art School, for the first time in 1919, an architectural workshop was created, where Leonid Vesnin, Sergei Chernyshev, Fyodor Shechtel taught. In this apprentice workshop, Nikolai Travin completed the design of a lamppost, the image on the left. You can see. The first SGHM, there was 3 architectural workshops. The leaders were Ivan Zhaltovsky, Alexei Shusyev, and Ivan Rylsky. The educational project, Propyleo of the Entrance of the Park by Rylsky workshop was completed in the Greek style in 1990, the bottom right image. Zhaltovsky workshop is represented in the work on the study of the monuments of the world classical architecture, a section of the Villa Palladia, in the top right image. These examples show that these masters kept the technique of the former painting schools. However, students were already eager to design new shapes. So Nikolai Belikhin independently completed an innovative boiler house project, top center image. Although Zhaltovsky fiercely forbade deviations from the traditional mythology. Methodology. In connection with the transfer of the capital to Moscow from Petrograd, workshops began to refer to regional ones. The former High Art School became known as the Petrograd Free Art Workshops, retaining the old structure at its core. In the former Mosaic Workshop, the Vladimir Tatlin Workshop was located, where he and his students completed the model of Tower of the Third International, image on the left. You might know it. The leaders of the architectural workshops were Leonty Benoit and Ivan Fomin. Here are 2 students' projects, a monument and a watermill, image on the right. In 1918-1919, 7 regional SGHM were founded. Among them, 2 former art schools in Kazan and Penza were created by a single architectural workshop. In 1919-1920 school, one architectural workshop appeared in Tver and Yaroslavl. Among the newly formed regional CGHM 12 schools, there were also formed architectural workshops in Vitebsk, Vologda, Nizhny Novgorod, Astrakhan, Tula, Ekaterinodar. Here it is necessary to highlight the Vitebsk CGHM, where the famous architect and artist El Lisitsky taught a course of architectural modeling. In the autumn of 1920, the second reform of art education began. In Moscow, the Futomas was created. In Petrograd, 6 months later. A number of regional schools were founded in Saratov, Tver, Voronezh, Rязань, Orenburg, Perm. However, the existence of regional schools were rather short due to the civil war and famine. In 1921 and 1922, artistic and industrial institutes were founded in Saratov, Vitebsk, Ekaterinburg. Those were reorganized into technical schools in 1923. Let's pause a bit at the Kazan art workshops that lasted the longest among regional schools. In 1924, they were called the Architectural Art Workshops. The commissioner was the architect Rukhledev, a graduate of Kazan Art School, Architectural Department's School of Painting in Moscow, and then at St. Petersburg High Art School. The architectural art workshops carried out the urban and architectural projects. Image on the left. You can see the 2 projects of the Tribune of the Tagirov as a student, 2 drawings from above, as well as the sketch design, change of the monument in honor of the capture of Kazan, student Gustav, 1924, image at the bottom. In 1925, the Kazan workshops were transformed into a technical school. From this time in the Central Russia, architectural training remained only in Moscow and Leningrad. Now it is worth moving from the central part of Russia beyond the Urals. Researchers of our team, RFBR grant, Sergei Dukhanov, managed to identify another art and industry school in Omsk, 1920-1930. Education at the Faculty of Architecture, under the supervision of Narkompros, took place according to the methodology of Udovsky School. Here, 3 projects for Omsk 1925 are shown. A Lenin monument, image on the left, an indoor market above, and a central bazaar below. The schools of architecture presented in this report, apart from the ones in Moscow and St. Petersburg, were converted into art schools, where no architectural training remained. Today, in the same cities, architectural faculties have been established in other educational institutions, such as engineering and polytechnic universities. Today, Russia has 3 specialized universities, architectural institutes, such as Moscow Architectural Institute since 1933, in Rostov-on-Don since 1965, and in Novosibirsk since 1989. Architectural education is carried out also in various engineering, architectural design, and other types of educational institutions of the country. Now their number is approaching to 100. Thank you. Yes, hope you hear me.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Larissa Ivanovna, Mikhail. So I think we have one more report. Yeah, Mikhail, now it's your report. Yeah.
Yes. It will be rather brief. So relatively brief. Yes, and then we'll try to make it interesting to you. So just a moment. Yeah. So, just moments. Yeah. So, my report is called MAP in Russian. The abbreviation in Russian is NER, but in English it's translated like the new element of settlement, so maybe better to call it NES, but it's better recognized as NER, so I will use this abbreviation. So why am I talking about this? Why is it so relevant today? Why is it actual? This is, by the way, the Java's photo on the right. So for me, it was interesting to investigate how this isolation, the Soviet isolation, and the end of this isolation, the relative end of this isolation, the new context brought new opportunities for Russian architects, for Russian urban theorists and students, and how this isolation boosted the uniqueness of our Soviet theory. So this uniqueness, this is the thing I want to point out today, and I want to compare this utopian theory of NER with other Western and Eastern theories of 20th century utopia. To begin with, I want to start with this like context, the historic context, what it was like to live in Soviet Union back then. Just a few words. So, as you know, after the Stalin epoch, when it was pretty hard to live, some certain amount of freedom came by after Khrushchev became the leader of Soviet Union. So in Russian it is called ottepel. So it's a period after this cold absence of freedom period. So students in all over in the whole country got enough opportunities to work with sources, with Western sources, informational sources. And architectural students are not the exception. So they got this access to the library about the modernist architecture of the previous periods and the contemporary architecture of the end of the cycle, or the first part of the 20th century. So they began to read about Le Corbusier and all these Western modernists theories, which of course boosted their imagination. So in 1960, a team of rather prominent students which is constituted with Kostrykin Nikita, Sadovsky Slava, Gutnov Alexei, Ilya Lezhava, and other rather prominent students. They were allowed to complete this graduation project with the assistance of Ivan Nikolaev, the director of Moscow Architectural Institute back then. So they were allowed to create this really visionary, brave, project. They took the real situation, Kritovo. It is a settlement, just a normal rural settlement somewhere in Krasnoyarsky Krai. So they moved there, they investigated the topography, they investigated the culture, they investigated everything they basically needed to complete a project. Yes, a normal project, but it wasn't a normal project. It was a goddamn revolutionary project. And I want to start with comparison with archigram and metabolism in Japan. So you would make it clear. Yes, what is basically the difference between archigram, metabolism, and NEP? They were created actually almost in the same time, the same period, but in different contexts. So archigram, what was the main idea of archigram. So it was one of these three major utopian discourses in the Western architectural, let's say, info field. So it was a neo-futuristic discourse based upon the challenge on the limitation of space and limitation of sources, limitation of material, and limitation of opportunities of buildings. So they went beyond these limitations. They challenged it. I mean, I'm making it too primitive right now, but just to make it, clear. So they challenged all these limitations, and the discourse is based upon this opposition between something between finiteness and infinity. So they went from finiteness to infinity and tried to make this imagination come true. So a little bit different discourse. I mean, we can't basically compare them because they are all about a little bit different fields. So here metabolism is a little bit shifted to the to facing of the traditionalism of the traditional architectural language of Japan. And as you remember, it will be just a very brief excurse. So it was it sprang after the war, when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were brutally destroyed, and they faced this tabula rasa situation when nothing was left, and it was all about the resurrection of the traditional Japanese architectural language, plus the organic and biomorphic language of new urbanism. So it was the combination of two languages, and it was pretty much close to this discourse in terms of facing this limitation and this finiteness and infinity. But it was a little bit about different because of this relation to the traditional language. And if we take the NER, it's absolutely different discourse. So it's like it's more political, it's more socio-political, I would say, more cultural. It's more about the communistic dream. And I want to pause here a little bit more, just make it to elaborate on it. Why is it about different type of binary oppositions, and if there are some. So what the NER challenge objective is to contradict the Soviet concept of micro district or mikrorayon, as we say it in Russian. So as I believe, I haven't found this in the literature, but as I believe, Ležava and his Kutnov, Ležava and all these guys, they responded to the theory of Walter Gropius, where he basically described the theory of microdistrict, this urban unit which could be applied to the cultural local topography and be altered due to the local situation. But after the Walter Gropius theory got birth, it got a little bit perverted by capitalistic paradigm and the Soviet paradigm. So in Soviet Union, microdistrict became a very super rigid unit, which didn't answer to the local context and was just implied with like in a totalitarian manner, without any response to the social request, to the cultural request. into all this in broad meaning, into the local request of the area. So what these guys wanted to do is, yes, and in addition to this, they contradicted the capitalistic, how to say, style of this city growth called agglomerations. So they also were opponents to this scheme when it was absolutely uncontrolled. So they had these two radical sides. One is the Soviet manner, when it was absolutely like fully controlled and fully totalitarian development, and the capitalistic one, where it was absolutely like anarchy. So it was no control, and it was just a little bit messy and chaotic. So they wanted to find a compromise, maybe some third theory, and they really did it. So it was a communistic dream. It was a dream about communal life, but at the same time they related to the individuality of a person. And what is the most interesting part here is that they really went beyond the industriality of the society. So they went to the post-industrial society, where human wasn't a part of the industry as it is, but he was just merely serving the industry. So it was like post-industrial society where all the manufacturing is created by machinery, by robots, and humans just control it, maybe program it or whatever. So it was like super innovative type of thinking, and I really appreciate it. I mean, like, yeah. And what is also pretty interesting, that they pointed out that people will spend a lot more time on leisure activities than on work. So all these settlements were basically leisure settlements. So there were a lot like community centers where people could, some educational centers and whatsoever, just in order to boost their education, like self-education, self-development, like super interesting. And I just wonder how it appeared in the Soviet Union. I mean,
Mikhail, I'm sorry, it's time.
Yeah, okay.
One minute.
Yeah. I just once again I want to pay respect to these guys, and I want to say that today it's very relevant to look at this history, how in local isolated context such theories could be created. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A very interesting report, and I need to remind that we have conference chat with the conference program, and if you want to ask questions to some speaker, you can make it in conference chat. Okay. Well, so I need to announce next report from Moscow Architectural University State Academy, Anastasia Uspenskaya, Senior Lecturer, Department of Architecture of Rural Settlement, Scientific Secretary of MOSAO Conference, Assistant Vice Rector, Manager of Extracurricular Programs. So the title of your report, the results of 31st competition of the best graduation works of architecture schools in Russia and 6 countries, Kazan 2022. Anastasia?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm very glad to be here. I want to thank every previous speaker, because there were such an interesting topics, and every time Mikhail asked if anybody have questions, I wish I were more in topic to have some. So thank you very much for your presentations. I hope I will be brief, because I have I will share screen. Do you see it like that? I made a full screen. Mikhail, is it okay? Do you see the full screen?
Yes, it's okay.
So I will make my thesis, I hope, short, and I will not be so much focusing on architecture in this competition and review, but more on how important this kind of meetings, this kind of activities are for our community and for architecture education. So we will be talking about the competition review of the best gradation works in architecture and design that happened this year in Kazan in September. And this competition is annual, so it happens every year, and every year it happens in a different city. So these are the brief numbers, brief dates, the most important dates that were before modern competition review. So the first time we have the materials published in paper Architecture in USSR. It was magazine in Soviet period, professional, I think one of the few of the professional magazines, and in 52nd year there is a publication about the exhibition that took part because of the 10th session of Academy of Architecture, and there was a works all over the Soviet Union, and it was not so much universities, and in 50s it's actually starting to develop a program of how to spread architecture education all over the Soviet Union, because we had really lack of this kind of universities, which we have more information in 60s, in 1964, we have a publication in the same magazine, Architecture in USSR, number 6. We have the publication about the not competition but review that Union of Architects of USSR started, and they in this post they call it already annual, so we don't know where the first review was, but we know that in 60s, somewhere in 60s, they started, and in 63rd they had only 16 schools, 16 universities all over USSR, and only 5 of them were presenting Russia. So in this time, it's 60 years ago, there was only 5 universities all over Russia. And the program of developing new architecture schools starts in 60s. Then in 5 years, there were more than 50, I think, universities, not universities, but faculties were started all over Russia. I had another thesis about this, and if it's interesting, I can send it. And then in 70s, and then in 90s, we had the biggest rise of architecture faculties in Russia. So in 60s, we had only 5 universities were presented, and total 16 all over USSR. every country that were part of USSR in that moment, they sent their works, their tutors, and few universities were only in Ukraine, I think, in Russia and Ukraine. All other had only one university per country. And then in 1991, after the Soviet Union war gone, the reviews, they didn't stop, and they become international. So in the 91st, we had the first international exhibition. It was the Stepanov was the leader of it, and it was really huge and really big in architecture world, in world of architecture education. There were representatives from, I think, every part of the world, from Europe, from South America, from United States, from China. So it was really global. And it started new era of international exhibitions. And so this year we had 6 countries, 44 cities, and 58 participants. Participants are universities that took part in our review competition. So you can see the rise, it became very, very big. I made a small map of the cities that took part, and Khabarovsk also have been the part of our team, of our community. And so there is no maybe you don't see, but there is a small green dots. It's international universities. So it's Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Kyrgyzia took part. And last year we had the colleagues from Belarus, Moldova, and if I remember correctly, Turkmenistan, and all mostly most part of Russian cities that have universities in them. Some of them have a few, like Moscow, obviously, St. Petersburg. They have 5 universities and 3 of them took part. Novosibirsk, they have 2 universities and both of them took part, and so on. So in some of them are more. We had 720 diplomas, and it's a lot. It's really a lot. It was really hard job for our experts to get through it, and we have 17 nominations, which I will show you. I translated them so you can see it in both languages. So we have 511 bachelors and works in architecture, diplomas in architecture, and this is design below. And here you can see bachelor's and here master's works. So it's every part of architecture, from urban planning to theory of architecture, and lots of other spectrum of in architecture. And in every nomination we have special commission that consists of experts and professors and tutors from different universities who are the specialists in this specific area, and in architecture and in design. And when we show the works in exhibition from last year, it have two sides. One of them is offline. It's the most important part and the most loved part. It's about connecting with each other, talking and communicating, and see the works in real. So universities bring them in the smaller scale, like something about 1.5 meters in length, and we have a huge hall where we have all the exhibition, and the exhibition made by universities, so you can see the range of works in one university and can a little bit understand how what the accents are, what the specialty of universities is, and how it developed maybe, or where they have a more developed part and where they have maybe some lows. So it's very important for us to see the whole spectrum. And it was from very beginning of the competition, it was about the school, about developing the university itself, about the exchanging methodologies and about the upgrading the professors and experts in every university. So these are the what our event consists of. So it's review and the competition of the best diploma works is the main part. It takes about 3-4 days to have this whole job done. We have lots of partners in this competition that are giving them and the experts from these partners that are reviewing and give them diplomas, like Russian Academy of Architecture and building science, and international community of Union of Architects and Union of Architects of Russia, and so on and so on. So the most important part, as I already said, it's the work of commissions and how they exchange their experience, how they communicate during these 4 days, because when they work through the topic, they talk a lot about methodology. They have some master classes and all this stuff. They read lots of theses that comes with work and so on. Also, we have scientific conference that usually focus on education. But have a variety of topics, and usually university that do the competition, it hosts the conference and make it special for on their focus of what university that hosts us focusing on. And methodological sessions, they are the most important, and also we have a pretty unique thing, the competition of the best educational literature all over Russia and other countries. They're bringing these materials, published materials, and exchange it, and you can learn more about what was published and these what books or methodological theses were published. So they work all all week. Pretty hard. And also we have, of course, some kind of cultural program when we meet the city and meet the local community of architects, and also activities for students, but they are not so there's not so much students, more walking around and absorbing what's going on in our event in different parts. And these are the new part of the competition that we created last year. We made it online, so on this website mosawa.ru you can see the works of every university took part in this year, and we're also creating the anthology of these exhibitions, and they're going to be a previous years, at least 2 of them, but I hope that we will manage to do more. So it have kind of menu here, and you can pick the university, pick the nomination, pick the award that were given, and also can see through masters or bachelors or even specialists. There are not so much of them, but still we have it. And then you can also choose university and can see a little bit of works and can see the maybe a brief first touch of quality, first touch of detailization specific of university. So it can be interesting. And when you click on this picture, when you click here, you have the text, the thesis. When you click on picture, you have the bigger, big scale, high quality work that you can meet and explore. So these are the work that took the highest prize this year, and also some works, so you can have an image of what we are doing and what we are talking about. Each nomination has its own curator, its own leader, and they all publish their theses after the job was done, and we will publish them on website, I hope, soon. And the resume in different category is completely different, so I won't even try to kind of summarize it, because it's a huge job that was done by such an high experts that it's better to be read by them. I will tell a little bit about how we see the perspectives of this competition. We really want to upgrade and develop this remarkable and extraordinary event that was given for us and was cherishly cared till these days from Soviet Union history and architecture education, as I told you, from the period when there was only 5 till our days. So we cherish it very much. But we really want to make it more updated and more modern and more interesting for next generations of tutors and experts and professors, and for students also. So we want to maybe not separate, but we're thinking about how to upgrade the review format and more focus on methodology than on diplomas itself, and develop and make stronger and more it's already one of the best competition in the world, but we want to make it the prestigious in our area for students. So focus on developing the competitions for students, the review format for professors and tutors, and competitions for students and those who finish the universities. Also, we want to engage colleges and schools and make not only higher education review, but also what's going on in the middle education and in the basic education in schools, and make the whole journey from how you starting in first steps in learning the profession to the finishing of your education. Also, we want to focus on how to make it interesting and needed for our experts to take part, because now they're interested in the connections and in community, but we also want to have some benefits for them, like maybe upgrading their qualifications and giving the certificates and all this stuff. Attracting new partners in different fields of architecture and different unions. Especially, we want to focus next year in restoration, reconstruction, landscaping, and all these parts that have their own communities and want to involve them in process. And one of our main goals is to make the benefits of the competition part for students more practical, and also we think that this will bring more quality, even more quality to the competition if students with the highest diplomas will have internships in architecture bureau all over country and even maybe all over the world. So in the final, I would really like to thank everyone who took part in this event and everyone who supported it through all the years. And in my opinion, in opinion of many colleagues that I was talking to, this kind of events that bring you to communicate, to discuss education, not maybe only in such a short period of time as we now speaking and listening to different colleagues, but to have opportunity to have discussion and have maybe some bond with others and have maybe some connections or internships in different universities and make these connections through. It's very important for education and for community of tutors. And I hope we will succeed, and next year we will have a next step and develop it more. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will really enjoy to answer them.
Okay, Anastasia, thank you. So I don't see the questions. So thank you for your report and thank you for organization of this very great event. It was my pleasure to participate in it this year. So thank you, and hope we will see in next event, and I hope you will join our next conference next year.
I love it. You have a very, very great team here. So thank you very much. And I hope your colleagues that are already working with your university, maybe next year could join us, because making it duolingual and make it maybe English, or I even prefer not to focus only in one language like English, but I really enjoyed the presentation of our Italian colleague. It was such a joy to hear it and such a privilege. So I think that maybe we will have some different language parts, and if we manage it, if our universities that are in community will support us, I think it's going to be just great experience, and for students and for tutors and for community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's move from thousands of kilometers and reach sunny Philippines. So I introduce the next speaker from University of the Philippines, Assistant Professor Madonna Danao, with topic about specific of architectural indication in this region of the world. So the title of presentation, Work Opportunities of Landscape Architecture Graduates in Philippines. Professor?
Good afternoon. Let me share my screen.
You are welcome.
Wait. Oh, wait. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to present the study I conducted for this conference. So my name is Madonna Danao. I am assistant professor at UP Diliman, University of the Philippines in Diliman. And my topic is about work opportunities for landscape architecture graduates in the Philippines. So I'm here today to talk about to you about the result of the graduate tracer study conducted by our college. And part of the survey is the employment status of the Bachelor of Landscape Architecture graduates from different universities that offers Bachelor of Landscape Architecture. So the survey is still in the process of evaluation and analysis, and since it's just recently concluded. So to further understand the flow of my discussion, here is the outline of my presentation. So background of the study discusses the objective of the graduate tracer study and the main purpose why we conducted this study. Presentation of data will be showing the results of the study on the employment part of the survey, and analysis. Since what we have are still raw data, the analysis made are not yet final. So conclusion is based on the data presented. So the graduate tracer study is a month-long survey that started last 2 months ago using online form and was distributed in social media sites of the university and other platforms. So landscape architecture is a profession, is relatively young in the Philippines. It started in 1975. So the Bachelor of Landscape Architecture graduate tracer is conducted to assess the efficiency of the Bachelor of Landscape Architecture curriculum in producing competent and skilled landscape architecture graduates in the Philippines. Specifically, it is performed for the following purposes: to assess the efficiency of the Bachelor of Landscape Architecture program, and number 2, to better understand the skills that professional landscape architects look for when hiring graduates, and to determine the current work status of the graduates and work-related issues that they are experiencing. And finally, to identify mechanism for strengthening the alumni relations. So it was conducted to determine whether our graduates are thriving and if they continue to stay in the profession as part of the whole project. But for this talk, we will only be discussing the third objective. For the background of the study, here are the guide questions that will be discussed in the sessions. So what are the current work status of our landscape architecture graduates, their job titles, their employer, location, and also the salary? And how long do these graduates stay in their current employers? And what are the main issues that landscape architects face in the practice? So, and then how satisfied are them with their current work? So do landscape architecture graduates in the Philippines continue to pursue the profession? If not, what are the top reasons? So we have 165 respondents. These are graduates of Bachelor of Landscape Architecture degree in universities within the Philippines, namely UP, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Bulacan State University, University of San Carlos, and University of San Agustin. As you all know, we only have 4 universities that offers Bachelor of Landscape Architecture. So we are able to get a sample size of 165 valid responses for the graduate tracer study. And based on this sample size, we got a 93% confidence level and 70% margin of error. So data gathering through online survey and initial data using Tableau software. Okay, so here are the demographics of our respondents. We have 55.8% female and 44.2% male. And most of them are single, ages 21 years old to 31 years old, and they attained a bachelor's degree, and 9% have a master's degree, and only less than 1% with a PhD degree. So where are our graduates? Okay, so we will be discussing the different factors for their employment. We have the status of their employment, location of their employer, type of employer, and graduate's location, their work setup, and the estimated income and issues. So for that status of employment, 75.8% are employed. They are currently employed, while 10% have not yet been employed. And probably because there are new graduates. They just graduated from the university. And for this item, this shows how graduates get their first employment. So tapping the list is through personal referrals, friends, relatives, acquaintances, and even their former professors, and followed by the contacts they established with employer while in the university. Maybe they were absorbed by the offices when they went during their internship and through companies' advertisement. And if you notice, the university placement office that provides graduating students on additional channel to find career opportunities was not chosen, probably because some universities does not offer these services. So maybe it should be high time to strengthen this type of services, so students will be helped to find opportunities by partnering with the industries. So here are the data that says the location of our graduates. So the graph shows the current location of our graduates. Most of the graduates are located within Metro Manila, and Metro Manila is the capital of the Philippines. And there are also graduates outside Metro Manila, but within the Philippines. Sometimes they are located in the provinces. So the data shows not much discrepancy between male and female graduates in terms of employability. Both genders are almost equally distributed in terms of location. So some of our graduates are across the continent, such as Australia, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Europe, and North and Central America. So the location of employers of our graduates are usually, most of them are based in Metro Manila and outside the Metro Manila. But also noticeable, we have employers from North America and other countries such as other countries in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, and even in Australia. So this map shows the location of employers of our graduates, mainly in Metro Manila and outside Metro Manila. And we also have employers from Central and South America. So what are the types of employers our graduates usually go to? So we listed 21 types of employers mentioned here on the graph. So topping the list are, most of them are in the landscape design firms, followed by outsourcing companies like for design base, meaning these companies are employed by from other countries, and they are usually taking the services of our graduates, and followed by the academe, the real estate developer, contractors, government offices, national and local government, and few of them are non-related LA professions. So what are the current location of the main work setup of our graduates? It is categorized into 3. Work from home, since COVID-19 is hit the country in 2019, and currently because of lesser restrictions from the government, offices are now operate in full capacity. So we have on-site offices, and some offices also practices hybrid, meaning they 50% work from home and 50% on-site. So what are the current job titles of our graduates and their employment status? So you have all the job titles on the left. So we have some of them are consultant and designers, assistant vice president, and many more. So most of them are regular employees, and some are self-employed. So in conclusion, both male and female graduates' employment status is relatively similar. So most of them are regular employees. So this explains the years with present employer, the type of employers they choose to stay, and most of the graduates stays with their employers for 3 years or more. And those that are less than a year are newly hired or newly grad employees. Currently, this is the income and employer's location and location of the graduates. So we have, this is in Philippine peso. So some graduate even receive 10,999 peso, meaning in dollars is just around 189 US dollars. So below, and the average income of our graduates is usually from the range of 22,000 to 44,000 Philippine peso, roughly $378 to $758 a month. So most of them are in Metro Manila and also within Metro Manila, but employers from outside of the country are somehow gives enough compensation for the graduates. For the work satisfactions of our graduates, most of the graduates are satisfied with their professional situation, so they stay longer with the company. So moving on, we have the issues related to work. So these are the questions we formulated. So we asked them work-related issues that they experience in their work environment, and here are some of their answers. So the issue in comparison, in compensation and overwork are very relatable to the respondents, and some issues are not very relatable to them, like and many. So those are not relatable issues for them. Okay, so the issues on low compensation and more competitive salary from their employers, and they feel they are overworked are the top two issues of our graduates. So in regards to the relevance of current employment to field of study, our graduates believe that the majority of graduates have current work that are relevant to their field of study. So 94% of them. So, and finally, we ask our graduates if their current employment is not linked to their knowledge and the level of education, why did they take the job or the career change? They decided to look for jobs, not landscape architecture. So there are three top reasons. So most of them consider jobs that provides the opportunity for part-time and flexible schedules. At the beginning of their career, they had to accept work hardly linked to their study because of the need of to earn a living. And number three is the current job takes into account their family's needs. They could not find landscape architecture related jobs in their location, so their current job provide to work in the locality they like. So the analysis is presented here. So the summary of information based on the guide questions. If we will go back to the guide questions, here are the answers. So what is the current work status of our landscape architecture graduates? It was discussed, their job titles, the location of their employment and employer, and their current location. So there are opportunities outside of the Philippines for landscape architecture graduates. So, and they stay long with their current employers because they are at home with them, and I think they're satisfied for what they are receiving and the environment, the work environment. And the issues most relatable to our graduates are regarding the compensation and overwork or overtimes. Okay, so majority of them are satisfied with professional situation with a job related to their studies. Okay, and in conclusion, so the graduate research study was able to identify the following. So the professional situation of landscape architecture graduates in the Philippines and issues and concerns in professional practice. So our challenge, this is our challenge to us in the Philippines and the stakeholders also. This is the questions that we need to answer. So what can be done to improve the number of landscape architecture graduates continuing in the profession? So that will be a challenge. I hope this gives you an overview of what is the current situation of our profession in the Philippines. Okay, so thank you very much. I hope this presentation opens our mind to the current conditions of our graduates, and I hope we can collaborate and maybe compare what's happening with our graduates right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So, dear friends, is any question? Okay, we have no question, but if someone wants, then can text the questions in our chat. Thank you. Well, the next speaker is researcher Kirill Stepanov with presentation under the title "Shaping the Architectural Image of Biробidjan During the First 5 Years Plans: Ideas and Their Implementation." Kirill.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, is the sound okay? Can you hear me, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna show the demonstration of my screen.
Okay, hope everybody can see. Okay, so and now we go back in history a little bit from the kind of the new age problems of education to the history of architecture again. So first of all, I'd love to thank Mikhail for the invitation. I'm really happy to be part of this conference, especially the Pacific National University will always be my alma mater. And today I will be speaking about the so-called Birobidzhan project of the Amur region settling. It became one of the most significant pre-war state programs for the colonization of the sparsely populated border territories of the Russian Far East. Here is the, I'm going to show you the first two maps. Here on the left, you can see it there on the right side of the left map, you can see the Dalnevostochny Krai, which is actually was translated something like Far Eastern region. That particular subject was created in 1926, and here in the south, very close to the Khabarovsk region, was the Jewish Autonomous Region, created right on the border of the 1920s and 1930s. So the massive influx of immigrants demanded increased attention to the planning of the new settlements of this newly created Jewish Autonomous Region, and primarily of its capital, Birobidzhan. It's the city right over here. So the creation of the city, the center of the new ethnically determined subject from scratch, dictated its own conditions and cultural aspects, as well as the urban planning and architecture. And honestly, the architectural and planning development of Birobidzhan is still largely unexplored, while the issues of the design process management and the stylistic features of the pre-war architecture of the city have practically not been touched upon by researchers, unfortunately. So that's the objective of this particular research, of this particular talk that I'm doing right now, is determined the study of the wide range of aspects of construction processes in Birobidzhan during the first 5-year plans, which is time span basically from the 1928 to 1942, and analysis of the architectural and urban planning heritage of the city. So this particular talk, this particular research has been done by me during the years of studying the postgraduate program at the Research Scientific Institute of History and Theory of Architecture in Moscow. So this is just a very small portion of it. So in the Russian history of architecture and urban planning, the period of the first 3 5-year plans, which is as said from 1928 to 1942, occupies an exceptional place. Forced industrialization and colonization of little explored territories, they led to the creation of new industrial centers, accelerated urbanization, and as a consequence of to an unprecedented scale of construction work. The time of creative searching of the Soviet architects during the 1920s, so the so-called the NEP period era, was replaced by centralization of the design process of the first 5-year plans. So there was this change in style of architecture in the Soviet Union right in the early 1930s, exactly when the Jewish Autonomous Region appeared on the map. So a number of large design institutes in Moscow were created in late 20s, early 30s, and then in other cities as well. Well, for example, in 1929, the State Institute of the Design of Settlements, in Russian this was shortened to just Giprogor, was established, and its purpose was to provide the reconstruction of old cities and planning of the new settlements with project documentation. Of course, the Far Eastern region, this Dalnevostochny Krai, was not left behind from this all-union process, and the region, especially affected by the destructive civil war, required significant investments to restore and further develop its economy and their cities. In terms of number of population, for example, the Far East returned to the figures at the turn of the century only by 1926, and within the next 10 years, well, by 1936, the population of the region almost doubled, and it was 2.5 million. And of course, against this background, the most striking project of the colonization was this Birobidzhan project of the resettlement of the working Jewish population from basically the entire country to the Far East. And not only the country, by the way, the Birobidzhan project was purely international. So the Jewish settlers came to Russia, came to the Soviet Union, Far East, from different countries, from South America, from North America, from Europe. There were many points of going there. And of course, this kind of the building of this new capital of this Jewish autonomous region, accompanied by many difficulties and problems associated with the objective reasons, the remoteness of the area and poor knowledge of the region, and really unpreparedness of the local authorities to accept a powerful flow of immigrants and provide everyone with housing, employment in the shortest possible time. However, throughout the 1930s, the city continued to grow rapidly and build up rather chaotically. So this is the picture of the Birobidzhan 1930s. And acquiring features, on the one hand, as the quote-unquote exhibition of dwellings of various peoples of the world, and on the other hand, the growing socialist city with architecture corresponding to the socialist era. Well, just somewhere around a month passed from the moment when the official decision of the colonization of this territory was made on the 28th of March 1928, when the first trains with settlers came here, basically to just to the open area. There were no real settlements here. Bodies of local authorities were forcefully created. These were the first artels designed to provide settlers with the basic building materials and jobs. However, all these efforts could not provide the requested speed of colonization. So, for example, the first stage plans of road construction in Birobidzhan were fulfilled only by 10 to 35%, which is very low. And the situation with the construction of housing was even worse. Even in official documents, for example, it was listed as catastrophic, quote unquote. Average living space per citizen of Birobidzhan in the first half of the 1930s did not exceed 3 to 3.5 square meters per person, with a standard of 6. The standard of 6 square meters per person was also kind of low, but 3 to 3.5 square meters per person in the 1930s was extremely low. But failures of the implementation of the state program, on the other hand, opened up special opportunities for individual construction, only encouraged by local authorities. Such an approach to solving the housing crisis was rather forced and contradicted to the basic principles of the Soviet urban planning of those years, aimed at the transition from individual low-rise construction to multi-story apartment communal houses. Architectural supervision and strict standardization did not exist at the site. It was very far from the center of the country. And the situation with the shortage of building materials increased the scope of use of kind of the basic raw materials. So this is a picture of one of the family, the settlers who came here in the late 20s, early 30s. And this is a few pictures of how the really construction happened during the 1930s of very basic materials. You can see like a lot of just brute workforce without any kind of machinery. That was basically how the settlement, how the building of the Birobidzhan started in the 1930s. And Hannes Meyer, I'm not going to go much into the detail who he was. He was the second director of the Bauhaus School of Architecture. You remember the first one being Walter Gropius, the second Hannes Meyer, the third one Mies van der Rohe. And Hannes Meyer in the 1930s worked in the Soviet Union. He defected Germany. He worked in Moscow in this institute that I mentioned, Gibraltar, and one of the biggest projects of his in the Soviet Union was the designing the master plan of Birobidzhan. And so he visited the city a few times in 1933, 1934, and later he recalled, and I'm going to read this, just a very short, brief quote of his. The local building materials are wood, reeds, straw, loam, sand, gravel, lime, and limestone. As a result of the independent or collective building process of the private homes, the homes are existing materials to reflect the origins of the owners. The Jews of Latvia and Belarus use local materials to make bricks. There are woven home with loam and lime by Ukrainian Jews, and two-story homes with 2 bricks made of loam built by the Jews from the German Reich. So this kind of a different approaches of how to build based on the way of from where the settlers came from. This kind of a diversity, the diversity of individual building was compensated by the first daub and wooden houses built according to standard designs. So, for example, these are the standard design houses that were provided by the state to Birobidzhan in order to build them. First of all, there were projects of the Central Soyuz, which was kind of standard house building plant, the Central Union of House Cooperation. It started to operate in Birobidzhan in 1932. It was among the first factories aimed to the development of the construction industry here in Birobidzhan. And in 1932 to 1933, this, in many ways, was the kind of a turning point in the history of the city's architecture. After several years of ad hoc, chaotic development of local authorities decided to organize a communal services department under the city council in order to mobilize the working community around the cooperative housing construction and to solicit assistance in sending specialists to develop a master plan of Birobidzhan, where actually the Hannes Meyer came to power, so to speak. So this is the Hannes Meyer in Birobidzhan. He's standing right in front of those houses that were designed in the Central Soyuz and then just implemented right on the side in Birobidzhan. This can receive this kind of round-shaped houses. The previous picture was also the standard houses that were designed in the early 30s. And so Hannes Meyer, of course, completely understand the situation, that that's a very chaotic city needed to repair. And so very quickly, just in 1 year time, he did this layout of the Birobidzhan, this master plan of the city. Here's his drawing of the city. So here on the right side, you can see basically the old city as it was called. Here it's on the picture. On the left, it's his first draft in 1933. And his kind of a design idea was to transfer the city from the one side of the bank, of the river Beira to the left side. So here's was his main kind of idea, although unfortunately never implemented. And so this kind of a period in the 1930s, there begins a history of creating the general plans of the city. It goes from the Moscow Giprogor, where Hannes Meyer worked, to the Khabarovsk Giprogor Institute, then back to Moscow, then to St. Petersburg, back then it was Leningrad. So basically in the 1930s, the architects tried to solve this problem of how the city should evolve, how the city should build in the next years. And again, by the 1930s, there were no clear view of how the city should evolve. And so this territory of the old city, which is here in this picture on the right, the old city, meaning the city that was founded in 1928, right? Not so old. There were a few buildings constructed during the 1930s. I'm going to show a few examples just again to show you how, in particular, architecture, the problems of creating this Jewish capital of the Soviet Union was implemented. So, for example, the State Jewish Theater in Birobidzhan was built in 1934. Here you can see this kind of avant-garde features of architecture still very, very obvious. You can see the solid kind of plain walls devoid of any decor. You can see a lot of kind of glazing area here in the facade, although functionally it's completely unjustified in the local climate, but still the architects kind of tried to implement those avant-garde ideas. This is especially was very close to what was happening in the modern day Israel, for example, with the Bauhaus movement that was very, very kind of famous. The White City of Tel Aviv, for example, was built in this international style, which is avant-garde style, and maybe this kind of the State Jewish Theater in Birobidzhan was some kind of the answer what was happening on the Promised Land, back there. So, for example, So this is just a minor rendition of the facade. Unfortunately, this building was demolished in 1986 due to fire, never existed anymore. But this building, House of the Soviets, is still there. And again, it was built basically in the same time in 1934. And here you also can see some avant-garde ideas behind this project. But nevertheless, the kind of the composition of the building is still very classical, which is very, very common to the architecture of the 1930s, which was called the post-constructivist architecture, when this style was comprised basically of two different ideas of avant-garde movement and the classical ideas. So, but here, especially this House of Soviets building, which I really like, here in the top, kind of in the center of the building, on the main axis, you can see some kind of an element, which I think that maybe it reminds of something like an old Middle Eastern ziggurat, for example, architecture, right? And so again, this kind of idea of having a conversation with the architecture of that era, that territory, by the Promised Land and the New Promised Land, as it was called. But one of the most important buildings that was built in the 1930s, in the early 30s and mid 30s, was the railway station building in the Birobidzhan. Some researchers really kind of think that one of the architects responsible for the design project was Hannes Mari himself, although there are some contradictions to this notion, but he definitely was aware of its construction. I personally think that probably the NKVD and Narcomat of the Ministry of Internal Affairs was responsible for the design of this project. It was built right on the place of the old railway station, dating back to the 1910s, and the new building, and this was constructed very kind of very quick, just in 2 years' time. And there, the architect, again, the construction was very, very basic. The basic materials, you can see in the pictures how it was done. But some of the elements and details of this architecture, although, of course, the general view of this kind of architecture is still in the idea of this post-constructivist style, some avant-garde ideas, some classical ideas, but the details a bit different. So, for example, here on the main facade, there's the capital of this pilaster. It's right over here. It still exists, by the way. The building still exists, and here you can speculate what kind of capital is that. You know, what kind of decor is that? Again, you can actually choose to say that it's probably some kind of conversation with the architects of the Birobidzhan in the 1930s with the Promised Land. This is kind of a vegetation, these floral motifs. They were not very common in the architecture of the Soviet Union in the 1930s. So, and especially the most kind of a lavish elaboration and decoration was inside the building. So, and for example, here in the right picture, you can see this capital, this wooden column and the wooden capital of inside the building. It's an interior. Again, this is very elaborately done, elaborately made column capital with some kind of decor and elements that is not really Soviet in the nature, right? So this is kind of the idea behind creating some kind of a national, meaning Jewish, idea in the architect, in the Soviet architecture. Well, unfortunately, the building of the railway station was burned down in the 1930s, and this interior does not exist anymore. It was just demolished and never reconstructed. Here's another couple of pictures of the details, which is very interesting design is going here. And not to go further into detail in other projects, of course, I did a dissertation on it. I can go hours and hours talking about it. But to conclude, and just to give you a few conclusion points on the architecture in the 1930s. So I have to say that in the building environment of the city, there was a significant difference between the planned and the implemented ideas. In the much bigger scale and in other regions of the USSR, it was kind of a common trend in the architecture of the 1930s that the planning ideas, they were not the same as was actually built. Birobidzhan's general plans, completed in the 1930s in Moscow, Leningrad, and Khabarovsk, did not play the role of roadmap, because based on which the city could develop further. This happened due to many factors, the most important of which is the unpreparedness of the local authorities and the central authorities as well, the rapid settlement of the region, forced industrialization. There was no consensus on the governance structures, either on the number of the city's population or the nomenclature of industry, for example. Second, the process of creating the national culture and architecture in particular, declared by the authorities, it was actually kind of the dichotomy of the collective and private is really noted here in Birobidzhan. So the chaotic nature of individual development. So for example, here you can see kind of the individual houses on this picture. The state kind of standardized architecture, equalized and depersonalized the image of the city. So those are the buildings on the far side. This is, for example, the Kalgis houses. Those are standardized houses that were provided by the state. And those small little houses were built by the settlers themselves. So this kind of a dichotomy. So the government really wanted to create the national capital, but they provided the city with standardized houses, which was absolutely not anyway ethnically determined. But those little houses, those small settlers' houses, they did actually manifest this kind of a national idea, and that was kind of a dichotomy in development of the city. And the third one, the last one, unlike the large new-built cities from scratch in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, such as Magnitogorsk, for example, Stalinsk, or Komsomolsk on the Amur, in Birobidzhan, the town-forming enterprises were not heavy industry plants. It was created solely as the national kind of Jewish autonomous region. As a result, there did not exist separate centers of large workers' settlements in the city. That was very, obvious and common in other different cities. And this influenced an appearance of buildings of this very few kind of buildings of kind of industry inside the city. For example, down the right, you can see the printed house in Birobidzhan. This is industry, right? There's a printed house. But again, the architecture, because the building was located on the main street, it still has these features of this kind of architecture, the post-constructivism architecture, and really much in conversation with other buildings as well. And on the left side, you can see the bakery factory. Again, this is factory, but still the building has this kind of elaborate cornice. It has the pilasters with some capitals in it. So this kind of industrial architecture, but it's still inside the building. So here's how the city looked in the 1940s. And in conclusion, I just want to say that it should be noted that this present work really examines some aspects of this development of the city. There are still many more to it, and we can talk about like for hours and hours. But I just wanted to lay out at least kind of a brief vision in this report about how this process happened, what were the contradictions between it. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kirill. Is some questions? Okay, we have no questions. Thank you one more time. Now we have two speakers and a small announcement. Well, the next speaker, Natalia Frolova, PhD student of Pacific National University, with the report under the title Ice House from Service to Architecture. Natalia.
Thank you. I'll demonstrate my screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I will just. Okay, and can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's my presentation. Hello, my name is Natalia Frolova. I'm a PhD student from Pacific National University, and the head of my research is Professor and Doctor of Architecture Nikolai Petrovich Kradin. At first, I want to comment why the point of my interest is such a small service structure as an ice house, and it's mainly under the ground. Why is it so important for the architect? I want to mention that in this presentation, I will speak about small domestic households, ice houses, not big business warehouses. The topic of my PhD thesis is country estates in the south of Russian Far East. So if we look at the map of the South Primoria in 1913, the time when the so-called summer house culture was in its prime, we will see many of their summer houses and estates. Unfortunately, almost all of them are lost, and we have few remains of their architecture. And one of them, which is remained, is Sidimi and now Bezverkhovo village. It originally was assimilated by Karen peasants and was called by Udehea, a local indigenous people nation. And it was turned to an explanatory farm by three families, Skikpergek from Finland, Michael Jankowski from Poland, and later Julius Briner from Switzerland. This multicultural aspect is important for my research. Let's look at the first estate. It's Skipagak estate, a whaler, who built a modest house on the seaside hill around 1880. And you can see it on the map. And now what remains from
Natalia, sorry.
Uh-huh.
I cannot see a slide on the screen. Only first.
Really?
Yes, really.
Does everybody has this problem?
Yes.
This
Да.
Yes. Okay, maybe I will try once more. Okay. Do you see?
Yes.
Okay, now I will just show you the map again. And sorry. Yeah, do you see? Do they change?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the first ice house of my interest. It's the only remains from Skipagak estate. Today, it has become an exhibit place. You see its structure. And today it's an exhibit place in a small museum found by his grandson on the place of a former estate. The valuted rectangular space with a window in a short wall, roof opening and small portal is surrounded by a small plaza, a place for excursions together and local people gatherings, as it is a part of a community place. And let's move to the second estate. It's in 1904, entrepreneur who had a number of different businesses in Primoria, Julius Briner, who originally came from Switzerland, bought a part of the land from Skipagak's daughter. And he found out a very picturesque estate on the shore of their bay, and it had a main and a guest house and a valley and different service houses, including summer kitchen and a nice house. And today this is the territory of the summer camp of one of the universities, and unfortunately almost all the buildings are ruined. There are some basements of the main house and summer kitchen. The guest house is ruined, and now we are coming to the ice house. You see, this ice house is the only part remaining from the complex of the main building and the summer kitchen. A stone ice house has a rectangular main space with small ventilation windows and one bigger window. It was used not only to produce some light, but also to put the ice inside the place, and also some vestibule place with a space with the stairs. This ice house is of my main interest because this place requires reconstruction, and it should be served as a public place because it is situated on the route. Tourists freely come to this estate, but they have no information, and a few of them go to the museum. So I propose that this small pavilion would work as a free and free-to-access place for them to learn some information about this village. Let's return to the multicultural structure of a population of Sidimi and the whole Primoria. Businessmen from Europe and people from the Far East, Korea or Japan, Russian Empire nations and local people, all of them lived together on this territory, and all of them, those cultures, actually used ice houses as a service part of their households. It was a part common for them in this new territory. Let's look at the architectural aspects of ice house. Its construction at first. So its typologies divides into two parts. Some of them are underground, the others stay on the ground. And the main storage space can be in the form of inverted cone and rectangular one, as we have seen above, because it was used to preserve food mainly, not ice. Inverted cone was used to preserve ice because ice was a product for selling and even for import and export between countries. The elements it should have were entrance part, usually above the ground, with stairs, ventilation openings, a window with, for lighting and for putting the ice inside. And now let's compare some smart and very witty design examples from different countries. The first, we will come to the Far East, to Korea, and this is a stone ice storage in Gyeongju. And this ice house was made in the upper part of the wall of the palace of Shilla dynasty. It's an ancient dynasty in Korea. This wall was made as a mountain, exactly, but it's very originally situated, but we can see that inside, it's a very common for us space for preserving ice. Of course, European tradition influenced the tradition of the building in the Far East. The Bedford's house from England, it was built in 1784. From the outside, it is only this small door, but from the inside, it is a very original construction. It was divided into 3 parts for preserving different kinds of products because Bedford's house was a big estate. And of course, we need to mention Russian tradition. In Russian tradition, as in many others, the private ice house was a kind of luxury because, and other people were used just the cold cellars under their houses. And here we can see their typical project for Moscow Circumferential Railroad. And this is quite typical construction. And looking at its facade, we need to come to the next question, the question of decoration of ice houses. As it was a luxury to have an ice house in your estate, so many of them were decorated as park pavilions, and they were made to the fashion of the time, as ice houses were very spread in 18th and 19th centuries. So we can see many classical pavilions where ice house is hidden, and also Gothic style and other historical styles. There are examples from Russia, England, and the USA. So let's return to Sidimi and look the stylistical context of our ice house and how it what can it give us to its renovation. The context is rather eclectic. The Brynner family script is made in classical style. Their main house was built in a very Russian style of wooden summer houses. And their neighbors, Hinkovsky family, had a castle style house. So we don't have the information how this entrance actually looked like. So I think that instead of stylizing it to some historical style, we should use the approach of revealing structure. And this example of such approach, I think a very successful one, I want to show you at last. It's an ice hut renovation originally built in Scotland in 1833. As this fishing industry was well developed, there were plenty of ice houses. And this renovation was made by its owner around 15 years ago. And it was turned into residential building, unlikely to the many ice houses. And this glass addition was added to the building, and it includes their cables inside, which provide the heating. So this renovation is an example of a very stylish design decision. And on the other side, it helps to solve such problems as insulation and lighting, which are critical for such structure as an ice house. Thank you for your attention. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
Natalia.
Mm-hmm.
Is some questions to the speaker? Okay, let's start the last in this conference report from University of the Philippines, Assistant Professor of College of Architecture, Franklin Fontanoza, with the topic ongoing benchmark study of BLM programs. Professor Fontanoza.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. Let me just share my screen, if I may.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Good day from Manila, Philippines. My name is Franklin Fontanoza Jr. from the College of Architecture of the University of the Philippines. I will be presenting to you an ongoing study on the benchmarking of undergraduate programs of landscape architecture. I, together with the support of my studio laboratory members and help of our research assistants, I'm doing a benchmarking study of our BLA program against the 10 top universities as determined by the QS World University Rankings for architecture and built environment. I am doing this study because no previous studies have been done before in benchmarking the BLA program of the university against the top universities. Conducting a benchmarking study is a good way of seeing how our program is faring in the international landscape. And as our undergraduate program aims for international accreditation, baseline data through this research can greatly help in identifying areas of improvement. To start my presentation, let me first give context to the idea of benchmarking. Benchmarking can be defined in several ways. When we talk about academic benchmarks, this refers to assessments that measure students against institution standards and learning goals. This allows educators to identify students' strengths and weaknesses. Benchmarking is also a means of comparing the university's performance or standards, or both, with those of its peers. It is a systematic and continuous process to evaluate the performance of the organization or one of the aspects of this performance through comparison with a model, whether inside or outside the organization. Lastly, it can also be defined as one of the tools for evaluation, development, and improvement of performance by identifying the performance gap between the different units. This is to enhance the positive aspects that we have distinguished and to avoid identified negative aspects in order to achieve unparalleled performance. Benchmarking aims to provide necessary insights in understanding how the system compares with other systems within the same field, monitor relative performance, identify performance gaps in areas and processes, and what causes them in the first place. It also seeks to novel approaches to bring about improvements in operations, initiate priorities for change and resource allocation, perhaps to reduce cost by increasing efficiency, provide accurate feedback, and raise academic performance across the entire student body. There are several reasons why it is important to conduct this kind of study. According to the Benchmarking of Academic Programs Manual or Handbook, benchmarking is important because it provides continuous learning opportunities for an organization to move both internally and externally towards better models, improves the creative and innovative capabilities of the team, helps define critical processes by giving them the attention for priority implementation, contributes to developing individual and group creativity, and it creates external competitive measures that necessarily increase the efficiency and effectiveness of internal performance quality measures, thereby making them more competitive. To conduct our research on the universities, as mentioned earlier, the following steps were mainly done. Search for publications through online academic portals. Select the top 10 universities based on the QS World University Rankings. Select only the universities that offer an undergraduate landscape architecture program. Access the official websites of the universities. Conduct organizational benchmarking by comparing aspects on the level of the organization, such as the curriculum, course units offered, and faculty profile, among others. And conduct initial external benchmarking by comparing our data with other institutions based on a certain criteria. I would like to present to you now the initial results that we have gathered so far. The following are the universities that we have selected based on the QS World University Rankings for architecture and built environment. Only universities that offer an undergraduate program of landscape architecture were selected for the study, for comparison to our BLA program here in the Philippines. The list includes the National University of Singapore, University of California, Berkeley, and Tsinghua University as the top 3 universities. The following are the program titles of the 10 universities. Most of the universities offer a Bachelor of Landscape Architecture. Tsinghua University and Tongji University have bachelors in landscape architecture. As seen, most of the universities more or less have the same program titles. There are a few discrepancies as 2 universities offer Bachelor of Arts, while 2 universities offer Bachelor of Science. All undergraduate programs have descriptions that outline the general program expectations, goals, and specialization. This slide shows the number of years to complete the undergraduate program. The universities offer within the range of 3 years with 6 semesters total to 4 years with 8 semesters total. There's also an observable variety in the total number of units or course credits to complete an LA program. NUS offer a minimum of 160 modular credits. The University of Hong Kong, on the other hand, have 240 credits where 144 credit of courses, 12 credits of faculty interdisciplinary courses, 18 credits in language, 36 credits of common courses, and 30 credits of electives. UPC, on the other hand, also offers 240 credits, including the bachelor's thesis. TU Berlin has 180 credit units, wherein the program is divided into compulsory, elective, and elective components. No information is given for Tsinghua University and Tongji University. University of Sheffield has the most credit units with 360. For the University of the Philippines, the closest is the University of Singapore, also with University of California in Berkeley and Cornell University, with around 120 to 160 credit units. Most of the universities have provided course descriptions in their programs. Only Tongji University provided the course titles. The undergraduate curriculum of all universities are accessible for public's reference, except for Tongji University. Program maps are graphical representations of how a student will navigate the program. It describes the path a student must take to traverse and eventually complete the program. These may be color-coded and with arrows to guide the student on the next course to take. 4 of the 5 universities, namely Tsinghua University, TU Berlin, Cornell University, and RMIT University, have their curriculum in place, but their program maps are either unavailable or not there at all. There are also differences in the number of design studio classes offered in the university. The University of California, Berkeley offers only 3 core design studios. Since the curriculum of Tongji University is not accessible, there are limitations in determining the number of design studio classes it offers. But the rest of the universities pay around 6 to 8 design courses, which include studio classes and thesis specialization or capstone projects at the latter end of the program. All the websites of the universities used in the study are currently active and open for public access. We've also started to look at faculty profile. To date, the data that we have collected is on the number of faculty members. These numbers include already the full-time faculty, lecturers, teaching assistants, readers, part-time tutors, professor emeritus, postdoctoral fellows, and distinguished fellows. To conclude, benchmarking is a necessary tool to evaluate our academic programs. This helps us identify good practices that we can highlight and continue. This is also seen to be very useful in addressing performance gaps that we can improve on. Based on the data gathered so far, the 10 universities have shown similarities, mostly in the availability of the curriculum and program descriptions, course descriptions, and an active website. Additionally, the universities also have differences that were noted in the availability or absence of program maps, varied number of design studio classes, and total number of credits to complete a degree among the universities. The BLA program of the University of the Philippines can be observed to have the most similarities with the LA program of the National University of Singapore. Moving forward, it is recommended that we look into other aspects or domains, such as faculty profile, facilities, student housing, and presence of studio laboratories, request to conduct online interviews with the department or program head of the universities, and research further for appropriate analysis tools. These are the references that I used for the presentation that were not specified in the previous slides. Feel free to reach out to me through this email should you have any recommendations on how to improve on the study. I would greatly appreciate your thoughts on the aspects of the BLA program that I could consider to widen and deepen this research. Spasiba. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Fontanuza. So, dear friends, some questions? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. And now we have finished the second section of our scientific conference. We discussed many very interesting problems, real actual problems that exist in theory and history of regional architecture. And I hope that this experience will help us to our further work, and I hope that we meet together next year and next year and next year. So thank you. And now we have a small announcement. So we finished this scientific conference, but we are prepare new conference, and Natalia Frolova, conference coordinator, will introduce our next event.
Okay,
Natalia,
thank you very much. I will try to demonstrate my screen again. And I hope you see the picture. Yes, again, I'm Natalia Frolova, and I'm the member of organizing committee of our annual international forum, New Ideas on a New Century. And we want to invite all of you to participate in the events of the 23rd forum, which will be held in this February, next February, from 14th to 17th of February in Khabarovsk. And please, if you need any information about it, if you need an informational letter, please feel free to contact me through email or by phone, and I will send you all the information needed. Thank you very much, and we will welcome you during our forum. Thank you.
okay, thank you, Natalia. It's my pleasure that this conference still exists. It's a 3-year time conference, and I agree that we can do so important thing that we discuss so actual problems, and see you next year. So let's end our section, our conference. So bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
I
Goodbye.
wrote in the comments if we could exchange contacts of the participants of our conference. Maybe you can send us a list with emails of those who...
Yes, of course. And one more thing, if you find some mistakes in program or in announce of your reports, you can contact me, and I will correct and send you certificate of attendance in this conference. Okay, and if someone wants, I can send the list of participants and emails.
I would really love to be in touch with colleagues if they are not against it. So you can definitely send mine, and if everyone is okay, I will be really pleased.
Okay.
It's
So
okay with us.
okay. So see you in February, and see you next year in this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So goodbye.
Bye.